Chapter 339. Watanabe Tan's laughter came from the front. He was standing on the head of the four-winged flying snake, looking at the falling star sect with a smile. Watanabe Tan said loudly, "Little Lu, are you done with your funeral arrangements? Unfortunately, it's useless. Today is the day of your falling star sect's destruction. Everyone in your falling star sect will die." Ha ha ha. The four-winged flying snake landed 1,000 meters away from the purple flame monarch eagle. Watanabe Tan continued to stand on the four-winged flying snake's head. The other four enlightened masters of the Dong Fu sect stood in a row on either side of the four-winged flying snake. The two enlightened masters of the wind sect stood on the left, the two enlightened masters of the blood ghost sect on the right, and the two enlightened masters of the flying cloud sect at the back. They were 1,000 meters away from the surrounding them from four directions. As for the Sun-Moon sect's three enlightened master Qizhua, he stood on a mountain peak a few miles away, looking down at the falling star sect's people. It seemed that he didn't plan to fight. Watanabe Tan and the other enlightened masters, plus the four-winged flying snake, were enough to deal with the falling star sect's 6 enlightened masters, 1 fire cloud lion, 1 purple flame monarch eagle, and 10 junior disciples. After all, the Sun-Moon sect was one of the 4 northern sects. They were 1 level higher than the 6 southern sects. If he were to make a move, it would be hard to avoid rumors that the Sun-Moon sect was bullying the falling star sect. It would damage the Sun-Moon sect's reputation. The Sun-Moon sect didn't send him here to participate in the battle. Instead, they wanted him to be a spectator and witness the destruction of the Meteor sect. Of the 6 southern sects, the Flying Cloud sect had changed sides, the Falling Star sect had been destroyed, and the Spirit Moon sect was not worth mentioning under the pressure of the East supporting sect, the Wind sect, the Blood Ghost sect, and the Flying Cloud sect. As long as the Sun-Moon sect controlled the East supporting sect, the Wind sect, the Blood Ghost sect, and the Flying Cloud sect, it would be equivalent to controlling the southern part of the Blue Cloud mountain range. This was a strategy that had been planned long ago. They had been waiting for the day of the 10 sects grand competition. And while the enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect were in 2 different places, they would attack separately and destroy the Falling Star sect. On the hillside, Lu Tianyuan's eyes were burning with anger. He wanted to rush up to Watanabe Tan and cut all the Dongfuzongzhenren into meat paste. However, this was clearly impossible. Lu Tianyuan could only restrain his anger and shouted, "Everything the Dongfu sect has given to the Falling Star sect will be returned 100-fold one day." Watanabe Tan sneered, "After today, the Falling Star sect will be removed from the list. Ha ha ha. Only death awaits you. Go in peace. However, the heavens are virtuous, and my Dong Fu sect is merciful. I will give you a chance. Those who surrender will not die, and those who resist will be killed without mercy. We of the Falling Star sect are all iron-blooded men. We will die standing up, not live kneeling. Bring it on. If I can kill one of you, it'll be worth it. If you want to kill us, you'll have to see blood." "That's right." The enforcement elder Yu Pinghai yelled. After hearing Yu Pinghai's words, the people of the Falling Star sect became spirited, and the blood in their bodies began to boil. Yu Pinghai circulated his astral energy to the limit, erupting with a terrifying aura. The strength of a 2-star enlightened being was fully unleashed. A middle-grade spiritual spear appeared in Yu Pinghai's hand, increasing his aura. Yu Pinghai roared, "I'll kill you all." In the next moment, the spiritual weapon spear in Yu Pinghai's hand emitted a dazzling light. He stabbed out with his strongest attack. Most of the martial artists of the Falling Star sect thought that Yu Pinghai was going to kill the people of the Dongfu sect, but they were wrong. The spear radiance pierced through the air, stabbing towards the purple flame monarch eagle's throat. Yu Pinghai had actually launched a sneak attack on the purple flame monarch eagle. The purple flame monarch eagle clearly did not expect that someone would launch a sneak attack on it. Shock flashed through its eyes as it let out a sharp cry and quickly retreated. However, Yu Pinghai's attack was too sudden. Even though the purple flame monarch eagle was comparable to a 3-star enlightened being, it could not dodge this unexpected attack. Yu Pinghai, what are you doing? The enlightened being elders were shocked. Qi Dosheng was even more furious. If the purple flame monarch eagle was injured by Yu Pinghai, then how could they escape with Yixing? This was simply destroying the falling star sect's hope of making a comeback. Unfortunately, Qi Dosheng and the others did not expect that Yu Pinghai would attack the purple flame monarch eagle after his righteous words. It was too late to stop him. However, not everyone did not expect this. Boom! As soon as Yu Pinghai attacked with his spear, the enlightened being elders cried out in surprise. Lu Tianyuan seemed to be prepared. He channeled the celestial essence in his body and a layer of lightning appeared on his body. He performed the purple lightning thunder fist and punched towards Yu Pinghai. The purple lightning thunder fist was a middle-grade spiritual martial art. However, Lu Tianyuan had already trained it to perfection. Its power was no weaker than an upper-grade spiritual martial art at initial success. The power of his punch was earth-shattering. A purple fist aura flashed across the void in an instant. Bang! Before Yu Pinghai's spear could hit the purple flame monarch eagle, Lu Tianyuan's punch hit him directly. After all, Lu Tianyuan was closer to Yu Pinghai than Yu Pinghai was to the purple flame monarch eagle. The purple lightning thunder fist was known for its speed. With the purple lightning thunder fist, Lu Tianyuan could defeat enlightened beings of the same level. He could even compete with enlightened being 3-star. This punch hit Yu Pinghai's back. How terrifying would the damage be? Puff! Yu Pinghai immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell forward and his spear attack towards the purple flame monarch eagle was broken. In the distance, Watanabe Tan's pupils shrank. He wanted to help, but it was too late. Lu Tianyuan appeared next to Yu Pinghai in a flash. With the purple lightning thunder fist in his hand, he grabbed Yu Pinghai by the neck and lifted him up. Yu Pinghai was severely injured, and his internal organs had been ruptured. Now that the purple astral lightning had invaded his body, it rampaged through his meridians and destroyed them, making it impossible for him to circulate his astral energy. He was powerless against Lu Tianyuan. Everyone from the Falling Star sect heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lu Tianyuan in shock. They did not know how Lu Tianyuan knew what Yu Pinghai was going to do. Lu Tianyuan raised Yu Pinghai in front of him and said coldly, "Speak. Why did you betray the sect and become the East supporting sect's dog?" Yu Pinghai's mouth was filled with blood. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and confusion. He said, "How did you know what I was going to do?" Yu Pinghai's original plan was to stab the purple flame monarch eagle when it least expected it to escape. After stabbing the purple flame monarch eagle, he would immediately leave the Falling Star Sex group. The Falling Star Sex group was surrounded on all sides, so once he left, he would be safe. However, before he could stab the purple flame monarch eagle, he was hit by Lu Tianyuan's fist. All of his plans were ruined. Now that he was in Lu Tianyuan's hands, only death awaited him. How could he not accept this? At the same time, Yu Pinghai was also puzzled. How did Lu Tianyuan know what he was going to do? Lu Tianyuan stared at Yu Pinghai with sharp eyes. The sect was destroyed because there was a traitor who colluded with the East supporting sect. Otherwise, with the array elder controlling the sect's array, Watanabe Xiong would not be able to break into the sect even if he was a 4-star enlightened being. Since there is a traitor in the sect, the chances of there being a traitor around me is also very high. Ever since I received the news of the sect being destroyed, I have been observing who exactly is the traitor around me. Although you have hidden very well, there are still many flaws. First, you purposely mentioned Hua Tianshu to provoke me. Second, the purple flame monarch eagle had the highest chance of escaping with Yixing. But you stopped it. Third, Watanabe Tan wanted us to surrender. Did you need to speak so righteously to stabilize everyone's belief? Don't you think you've gone too far? You have good reasons for these 3 points, but I only talk about the result. The result you want is not in line with the position of the falling star sect. If there is a traitor around me, who else could it be but you? Yu Pinghai smiled bitterly. I see. I should have kept quiet. The more I show, the easier it will be to expose myself. The falling star sect has been destroyed. You hate traitors to the core. Now that I am in your hands, you will not let me live no matter what. Lu Tianyuan said, it's good that you know. He. Yu Pinghai knew that he was going to die. There was no hope for him to survive. He threw the fear of death to the back of his mind and laughed. You want to know why I betrayed you? If it wasn't for that slut Hua Tianshu who seduced me, how could I have ended up like this? But your wife is really slutty. Die. Lu Tianyuan roared furiously, twisting Yu Pinghai's mind in an instant. Chapter 340. Watanabe Tan was unfazed by Yu Pinghai's death. Yu Pinghai used to be an elder of the Fallen Star sect. Now that he had betrayed the Dongfu sect, it was impossible for him to be put in an important position. Watanabe Tan only felt that it was a pity that the Dongfu sect would lose a good fighter. After all, a 2-star perfected being was rare in the southern part of the Qingyun region. The Fallen Star sect only had 6 perfected beings. Now that they had a traitor, a 2-star perfected being at that, the Fallen Star sect's strength was greatly reduced. The gap in strength between the 2 sides widened again. Yi Xing, we'll open a gap for the purple flame eagle. You just have to hold on to its feathers and don't fall off its back. It'll take you to the star crystal mine. The future of the Fallen Star sect depends on you. Lu Tianyuan didn't lose control of his anger after killing Yu Pinghai. Instead, he calmed down quickly and sent a message to Yi Xing. As the sect master, Lu Tianyuan was undoubtedly outstanding. The fall of the Fallen Star sect wasn't his fault. Unfortunately, his wife, Hua Tianshu, was from the Dongfu sect. She had been a spy in the Fallen Star sect since he was a baby and had ruined everything for him. Who would have thought that the Dongfu sect had purposely arranged for an outer elder to pick up an abandoned baby when he was adventuring in the North 4 sects? Yi Xing nodded at Lu Tianyuan. He could understand the pain in Lu Tianyuan's heart. Don't worry, sect master. It won't be long. I'll use that bitch's blood as a sacrifice to the souls of the Fallen Star sect. Watanabe Tan's voice came from afar again. What I said just now still counts. Those who surrender will be spared. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Those who don't surrender will be killed. In the world of martial artists were a kind of resource. In fact, killing the people of the Fallen Star sect was far less beneficial than having them surrender and serve the Dongfu sect in the future. Martial artists would lose everything if they died. As long as they were alive, they could still create benefits. 10. Watanabe Tan began to count. Sect leader, I beg you, please let us live. Watanabe Tan had just started counting when Qi Jingyang and Wu Qingang knelt down at the same time, kowtowing to Lu Tianyuan and begging for mercy. You unfilial son, you dare to surrender to the East Fu sect and become their slave? I'll kill you right now. Qi Dosheng roared furiously when he saw that Qi Jingyang was begging for mercy in order to surrender to the East Fuzong. Qi Jingyang just kowtowed to Lu Tianyuan, ignoring Qi Dosheng's curses. Sect leader, please let us live. After Qi Jingyang and Wu Qingang begged for mercy, Li Yuanqing and the other disciples also knelt down and begged for mercy. Lu Tianyuan looked at them coldly and sighed. You're still young. If you're really afraid of death, then surrender. I won't blame you. Thank you, sect master, thank you, sect master. Everyone was overjoyed, as if they had just been pardoned. They got up and ran towards the Dongfu sect cultivators. Qi Jingyang was the first to run. Qi Dosheng raised his arm and condensed a thick astral energy in his palm. He glared fiercely at Qi Jingyang, so angry that he really wanted to rush up and slap his son to death. The Qi clan had always had an irreconcilable enmity with the East Fu sect. Qi Dosheng's grandfather, Qi Zhantian, had died saving Lin Xiuyuan more than 100 years ago. Moreover, Qi Zhantian was only one of the Qi clan cultivators who had fallen. There were many Qi clan cultivators who weren't as famous as Qi Zhantian who had also died in the Falling Star sect's calamity. Not long ago, Qi Dosheng's father, Qi Jinchao, an elder of the Dan Pavilion of the had died in the battle. Qi Jinchao was not the only one who had died. There were many other warriors of the Qi clan who had died in the battle. Many more warriors of the Qi clan had died in the hands of the Dong Fu sect. Now, Qi Dosheng wanted to fight to the death with the East Fu sect, but his son was kneeling and kowtowing, surrendering to the East Fu sect. This made Qi Dosheng extremely angry. However, Qi Jingyang was his son after all. Qi Dosheng's hands trembled as he watched Qi Jingyang leave. In the end, he couldn't do it. Qi Jingyang, Li Yuanqing, Wu Chenggang, a total of 6 Falling Star sect disciples had surrendered to the East Fu sect and came to the East Fu sect. Apart from Yixing, there were only 3 disciples, including Ma Ren, who stayed behind to live and die with the sect. 3, 2, 1. Watanabe Tan counted to 1 and waved to Qi Jingyang and the others who had surrendered. Good, this old man will keep his word. Stand aside and watch the fate of those who resisted. Watanabe Tan's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. Just as he was about to give the order to attack, the Sun Moon sect's 3-star sage, Qi Zhua's voice came from afar. Yixing, I'll give you a chance. Enter the Sun Moon sect and you'll survive. You'll also become the focus of the Sun Moon sect. Although Qi Zhua didn't go to the old site of the Azure Sky sect to watch the 10 sects grand tournament, he received a message from the Sun Moon sect master, Yin Wudao. Yixing's potential was indeed extraordinary. If he could enter the Sun Moon sect, Yin Wudao would let bygones be bygones and nurture him with all his might. Watanabe Tan was stunned. He was certain that the East Fu sect's disciples had been wiped out because of Yixing. He hated Yixing to the bone and had to kill him. However, if Yixing became a disciple of the Sun Moon sect, the East Fu sect would never be able to take revenge. Moreover, if Yixing survived, the East Fu sect would face a great calamity in the future. Whoosh, seizing this opportunity, the purple flame monarch eagle soared into the sky. With a flap of its wings, it carried Yixing away at a rapid speed. Do you think you can escape? Watanabe Tan shouted. The 4-winged flying snake under his feet had already targeted the purple flame monarch eagle. At the same time, it soared into the sky and charged toward the purple flame monarch eagle. On the back of the purple flame monarch eagle, Yixing's eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of mist. He performed the eyes of blue cloud and looked at the 4-winged flying snake. Chapter 341. The Eye of Blue Cloud had the greatest effect on monster beasts. Yixing's Eye of Blue Cloud could already affect the thoughts of beginner 3rd-tier monsters, which were equivalent to beginner perfected ones. His state of mind had been elevated, and his entire body was enveloped in the aura of humanity. His body and Tao had become one, and his attainments in the Eye of Blue Cloud had increased significantly. In the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, Yixing had successfully controlled the Fire Cloud Lion Leader, which was equivalent to a 2-star perfected ones. Now, Yixing's attainments in the Eye of Blue Cloud had reached a new level, and the 4-winged flying snake under Watanabe Tan was only equivalent to a 3-star perfected ones, and a beginner 3rd-tier monster at that. How could it resist the attack of the Eye of Blue Cloud? Hiss! In the blink of an eye, cloud-like vortexes appeared in the 4-winged flying snake's eyes. It was instantly confused, and with a sharp hiss, its body flung violently. Watanabe Tan, who was standing on the four-winged flying snake's head, did not expect the snake to suddenly attack him, and his body was thrown 1,000 meters away. Hiss! The four-winged flying snake hissed again, baring its venomous fangs and looking ferocious. Its four wings flapped fiercely, and the four-winged flying snake shot through the air like an arrow, rushing toward Watanabe Tan. Whoosh! The four-winged flying snake opened its mouth, and a water arrow pierced through the air, attacking Watanabe Tan. The four-winged flying snake's sudden change in allegiance was beyond Watanabe Tan's expectations. However, Tan Watanabe's strength as a 3-star spiritual master was not to be underestimated. Even though he was in a hurry, he reacted in an instant. He operated his star gang and struck out with his palm, blocking the water arrow that the four-winged flying snake had launched. The four-winged flying snake came with a ferocious momentum. Although Watanabe Tan blocked the water arrow, it was not easy for him, and he hurriedly retreated. He had not noticed Yi Xing's eyes earlier, and was extremely shocked by the four-winged flying snake's sudden madness. With the four-winged flying snake attacking him, Watanabe Tan did not have the time to chase after Yi Xing. However, the purple flame monarch eagle did not slow down, and like a beam of light, it flew rapidly into the distance, rushing out of the encirclement in the blink of an eye. Lu Tianyuan, Qi Dosheng, and the other perfected masters saw that Yi Xing had succeeded in breaking out of the encirclement. Even though they were all injured and vomiting blood, their eyes were filled with joy. However, no one noticed that a bow and arrow had suddenly appeared in the hands of Reverend 3-star Qi Zhua on the mountain peak several miles away. The bow was a treasured bow, and the arrow was a treasured arrow. Light radiated in all directions, resplendent and dazzling. In an instant, Qi Zhua knocked an arrow and pulled the bow into a full moon, pointing the arrow at the purple flame monarch eagle. When the bow and arrow were raised, the sharp aura instantly shot out in all directions, causing the spiritual masters who were fighting fiercely a few kilometers away to be startled. A layer of cold sweat appeared on their backs. All the enlightened masters looked at Qi Zhua, who was several miles away. When they saw the bow in Qi Zhua's hand, the 5 enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect were shocked. A high-grade spiritual bow. The bow in Qi Zhua's hand was actually a high-grade spirit bow, and the arrows were also shining with treasure light. It was not much different from a treasure bow, and could be compared to a mid-grade spirit weapon. If such a bow was shot by a Reverend 3-star, how terrifying would its power be? A perfected master of the same level would definitely not be able to block it. If Qi Zhua's attainments in archery were high, even a Reverend 4-star would be in danger under the attack of his arrows. Whoosh! The arrow left the bow and instantly streaked across the void, shooting 7 to 8 miles away. In the blink of an eye, the arrow caught up with the purple flame monarch eagle. The arrow contained extremely terrifying power. The purple flame monarch eagle's protective demonic power could not block it at all, and its huge body could not dodge it. The arrow instantly shot into the purple flame monarch eagle's body. Boom! The arrow's power was extremely terrifying. It exploded in the purple flame monarch eagle's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The purple flame monarch eagle let out a mournful cry. Its body trembled violently in the air, and it could no longer maintain its stability. It fell unsteadily to the ground. No! Lu Tianyuan and the other perfected masters of the Falling Star sect instantly turned pale as they cried out in alarm. It's over. It's completely over. Lu Tianyuan and the other 4 were instantly filled with despair. The purple flame monarch eagle was severely injured, and it could not even fly. There was no way it could escape with Yi Xing. How could Yi Xing escape from the pursuit of a perfected master by himself? If Yi Xing died, the Falling Star sect would have no hope of rising again. At this moment, Lu Tianyuan and the other 4 were filled with despair. The perfected masters who surrounded Lu Tianyuan and the other 4 were also looking at the purple flame monarch eagle in the distance, and they all laughed sinisterly. Yi Xing's potential was heaven-defying. If he escaped, they would not be able to live in peace in the future. Only when Yixing died would they be able to eliminate the source of trouble. Although the Falling Star sect still had the last bit of star crystal mine, it would be difficult for them to achieve great things without outstanding juniors. It would be destroyed sooner or later. However, just as Lu Tianyuan and the other four were in despair and the other perfected masters were rejoicing, a ray of light suddenly flashed across the back of the purple flame monarch eagle. This ray of light was as fast as an arrow piercing through the sky. Even the astral realm perfected masters present could not see it clearly. They could only see a blurry shadow. They could only judge from the blurry shadow that it was a pair of wings, and it was a flying spiritual tool. There was no way to judge the grade of the flying spiritual tool. However, from the speed of the flying spiritual tool, it was at least a high-grade flying spiritual tool. Flying spiritual tools were very rare. In the Azure Sky region, even low-grade and mid-grade flying spiritual tools were rare. This was because there were no blacksmiths in the Azure Sky region that could make flying spiritual tools. If one wanted a flying spiritual tool, they would have to find it in the primordial ruins or buy it in the bustling cities of the true Xian domain. There were not many materials that could be used to make flying spiritual tools, but there were many martial artists who wanted one. Therefore, once a flying spiritual tool was put on sale, it would be sold out immediately. Therefore, even if one went to the bustling cities of the true Xian domain, it would be difficult to buy a flying spiritual tool. In the Azure Sky region, a mid-grade flying spiritual tool was a rare treasure. In terms of value, it could be compared to a high-grade spiritual weapon. After all, once an perfected master had a flying spiritual tool, as long as his astral energy was not depleted, he could fly continuously in the sky. A mid-grade flying spiritual tool could greatly increase the flying speed of an perfected master. A mid-grade flying spiritual tool was already so valuable, let alone a high-grade flying spiritual tool. In the entire true Xian domain, a high-grade flying spiritual tool was a rare treasure. There were only a few perfected masters who owned one. Of course, no one would have thought that Yixing's Azure Sky Wings was a grade higher than a high-grade flying spiritual tool. It was a supreme-grade flying spiritual tool. Regardless of the attributes that the Azure Sky Wings could upgrade, just the value of a supreme-grade flying spiritual tool had already surpassed all spiritual weapons. Even the venerables of the 9 high sects would dream of owning one. In terms of value, a supreme-grade flying spiritual tool could be compared to a legendary profound weapon. Yixing pushed the Azure Sky Wings with all his strength. His speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was several miles away. In another blink of an eye, he was 10 miles away. Qizhuo was 7 to 8 miles away from the purple flame monarch eagle. When he shot an arrow at the purple flame monarch eagle, he thought that Yixing would have no chance of escaping and would definitely die. Who knew that? Yixing actually had a flying spiritual tool, and his speed was much faster than the purple flame monarch eagle's. He flew out of Qizhuo's arrow range in an instant. Qizhuo was stunned on the spot. The smiles on the faces of the perfected masters of the Dongfu sect, Divine Wind sect, Blood Spectre sect, and Flying Cloud sect froze as they looked at each other. As for the 5 perfected masters of their despair turned into joy as they revealed gratified smiles on their faces. At this moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yixing escaped, they would have no regrets even if they died in battle. Who has a flying spiritual tool? Chase after him quickly. We can't let this kid escape. Hurry up and chase after him. In the distance, Qizhuo stood on the peak of the mountain and shouted furiously. Yixing's current speed was faster than the flying demonic beasts. Even the 4-winged flying snake would have a hard time catching up with him. Moreover, the 4-winged flying snake was affected by Yixing's Azure Sky Eyes and attacked Watanabe Tan fiercely. In the fierce battle, it had been injured by Watanabe Tan. Now that Yixing was far away, the 4-winged flying snake regained its consciousness and did not resist Watanabe Tan's attack. Moreover, it was seriously injured by Watanabe Tan. It had no strength to chase after Yixing. Therefore, if they wanted to chase after Yixing, only perfected masters who also had flying spiritual tools had a chance. Yun Zhanfei of the Flying Cloud sect, chase after him. We must bring back that kid's head. A one-star perfected master of the Flying Cloud sect shouted. In an instant, a pair of wings appeared on his back. He spread his wings and flew, turning into a stream of light to chase after Yixing. Chapter 342. Yun Zhanfei, a one-star enlightened being, was the cousin of the Flying Cloud sect's leader, Yun Zhanfei. 30 years ago, Yun Zhanfei had broken through to the astral realm and became an enlightened being. He left the Green Cloud region to explore the true Xian domain and returned a few years later. During this period of time, Yun Zhanfei's greatest gain was the middle-grade air transportation spiritual weapon he had found in an ancient ruin. Of course, this middle-tier flying spiritual tool was not discovered by Yun Zhanfei alone. It was discovered by his two one-star enlightened being friends. After discovering this middle-grade flying spirit tool, Yun Zhanfei decisively launched a sneak attack. He killed his two friends and obtained this middle-grade flying spirit tool alone. After that, he returned to the Flying Cloud sect and rarely left the sect since then. After returning to the Flying Cloud sect, Yun Zhanfei rarely used the middle-tier flying spiritual tool. At least, he never used it when there were other people around. Even the Flying Cloud sect's enlightened being did not know that he had a middle-tier flying spiritual tool. If it was not for Yixing's heaven-defying potential, Yun Zhanfei would not have exposed that he had a middle-tier flying spiritual tool. However, he had to kill Yixing no matter what. Moreover, Yixing had a flying spiritual weapon that was at least of high grade. Killing Yixing would not only prevent future troubles, but he could also obtain a rare treasure. Of course, Yun Zhanfei had to kill Yixing even if he had to expose his medium-grade flying spiritual weapon. Yun Zhanfei made up his mind. After killing Yixing, he would not return to the Flying Cloud sect but leave the Green Cloud region. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep the high-tier flying spiritual tool and the Flying Cloud sect would not be able to keep it. It would definitely be taken away by the Sun Moon sect. After leaving the Green Cloud region, he could go to the 9 great sects to trade. Even the 9 great sects' esteemed beings rarely had a high-tier flying spiritual tool. He could use the high-tier flying spiritual tool to trade for other treasures. For example, treasures that could increase his cultivation. Treasures that could increase an enlightened being's cultivation were definitely priceless. However, the value of a high-tier flying spiritual tool was no less than a supreme-tier spiritual tool. It was enough to trade for treasures that could increase an enlightened being's cultivation. Although a high-grade air transportation spiritual artifact was fast, it also consumed a lot of energy. How long could an 8-star martial saint last? Yun Zhanfei had a smile on his face. He was extremely happy in his heart. His gaze locked onto Yixing who was flying at high speed in the distance. He circulated his astral energy and flapped his wings continuously, increasing his speed to the limit as he chased after Yixing. Yixing, you must escape. You must. Lu Tianyuan prayed silently in his heart. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. He looked over at Qizhua, who was several kilometers away, and saw that Qizhua had knocked another arrow on his high-grade spirit bow and had locked onto him. Qizhua was furious that Yixing had escaped from Qizhua's hands. Although he had not attacked the perfected persons of the Falling Star sect due to his status, he was now venting his anger on them. Yixing knew that an enlightened master was chasing after him from behind. Pushing the celestial essence within his body to the limit, he desperately flapped his blue cloud wings and flew away at top speed. In the blink of an eye, he had flown a few kilometers. In another blink of an eye, he had flown 10 kilometers. In about 20 breaths, he had flown 100 kilometers away. As a top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact, the blue cloud wing speed was indeed extraordinary. Even though Yi Xing's current cultivation was far from being able to display the true speed of the blue cloud wings, his speed was still faster than Yun Zhanfei, a one-star enlightened master, who was flying with a middle-grade air transportation spiritual artifact. This caused Yun Zhanfei, who was chasing after Yi Xing, to be extremely surprised. This was because even though he was flying at top speed, the distance between him and Yi Xing was still increasing. How is this possible? An 8-star martial saint, even if he is flying with a high-grade air transportation spiritual artifact, can't be faster than me. Yun Zhanfei was deeply shocked. His eyes were filled with confusion. For a moment, he did not think that it was a top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact. He really did not dare to imagine that an 8-star martial saint would have a top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact. After 200 breaths, the two of them had flown for more than 1,000 kilometers. The distance between them had increased from the initial 10 kilometers to dozens of kilometers. Damn it! Damn it! Yun Zhanfei cursed as he chased after Su Mo. He was almost burning his astral energy as he flew, but he still could not shorten the distance between them. Suddenly, Yun Zhanfei's heart jolted and he was shocked. Could this lad's air transportation spiritual artifact be a top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact? Yun Zhanfei did not dare to think about it before. Now that he thought about it, he immediately reacted. Perhaps this was the only reason why Yi Xing's speed was so fast. If it is a top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact, this is a real peerless treasure. It is comparable to the legendary dark weapon that only the honorable martial artists are qualified to own. When Yun Zhanfei thought of this, his heart immediately became excited, and his heart thumped. If I can obtain a supreme-grade flying spiritual weapon and sell it, won't I become one of the richest perfected persons in the true Xian region? At that time, what kind of treasures can't I buy? Yun Zhanfei became even more excited. The only pity was that the speed of the top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact was too fast. Even in the hands of an 8-star martial saint, Yi Xing's flying speed was faster than Yun Zhanfei's middle-grade air transportation spiritual artifact. The distance between them was already dozens of miles. Although the view in the sky was wide and it was very difficult for Yi Xing to rely on obstacles to block Yun Zhanfei's vision to escape, if the distance between them was further, no matter how high they flew, there would still be many blind spots. Yi Xing could really use the obstacles in the mountains, valleys, and forests to escape from Yun Zhankong's pursuit. Yun Zhanfei was excited and anxious at the same time. He was afraid that Yi Xing would escape from under his nose. Compared to Yun Zhanfei, Yi Xing was even more anxious. As a top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact, the clear sky wings were fast enough. However, Yi Xing's cultivation was too low and he could not unleash the true speed of the clear sky wings. Moreover, Yi Xing's consumption of his celestial essence was too great. If he continued to fly like this, he was afraid that it would not be long before Yun Zhankong caught up with him and he would die of exhaustion due to the exhaustion of his celestial essence. In order to last longer, Yi Xing had to adjust the circulation of celestial essence in his body to reduce the consumption of his celestial essence. However, his flying speed also decreased. Behind Yi Xing, Yun Zhanfei's eyes suddenly brightened. A sage's sense of distance was extremely sensitive. When Yi Xing's speed slowed down, he immediately felt it. The distance between the two of them did not continue to increase. Instead, it was gradually decreasing. This kid finally can't hold on anymore. A mere 8-star martial saint wants to keep driving the top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact. It's simply wishful thinking. Today, I have a big harvest. Yun Zhanfei was overjoyed. Yi Xing controlled the consumption of his celestial essence within a bearable range, but his speed was still slower than Yun Zhanfei's. The distance between the two gradually decreased. When the distance between the two reached its initial length, they had already flown more than 2,000 miles. Yi Xing suddenly changed his direction. He no longer continued to fly forward, but fell down. Like a meteor falling, Yixing quickly landed on a mountain peak. In the end, he couldn't escape. He might as well fight with the enemy while he still had the strength. Otherwise, if he kept flying, his strength would be greatly consumed, and he couldn't get rid of the enemy. In the end, he could only quickly capture the enemy. Wuxia starlight rushed out from Yixing's glabella, turning into a huge flaming star suspended in the air. Yixing's eyes were firm. At this moment, there was nothing to say. No matter what method he used, he had to kill the enemy. Even if he had to expose all his trump cards, he would not stop. If he couldn't kill the enemy, there would only be one result, and that was his death. If he was going to lose his life, he naturally had to use all his trump cards. Everything would be to kill the enemy. Of course, he had to use his trump cards at the right time. He couldn't expose them all at the beginning. Although Yixing had broken through to the 8-star martial saint realm, his strength had increased a lot compared to when he was a 7-star martial saint. He didn't care about any half-step enlightened masters. However, a star-dipper enlightened master was far from a half-step enlightened master. Even a 1-star enlightened master was a strong threat to his life. When dealing with an enemy who was far stronger than him, he couldn't erupt his strength to the limit at the beginning. He had to first paralyze the enemy and then find an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Yixing instantly took out the purple firmament bow and purple gold arrow. He used the azure dragon arrow style and shot an arrow at Yun Zhanfei who was rushing toward him. The surging celestial essence condensed into a palm-shaped astral light, which instantly grew in size until it was more than 10 feet tall and several feet wide. It was like a boulder the size of a house. Under the pressure of the palm, the airflow in the air started to distort. The airflow splashed in all directions, and the wind blades were as sharp as knives. One could see how terrifying the power of this palm was. What was even faster than the energy palm was the wind generated by the palm strike. While the palm strike was still in the air, the ground was already stirred up by the wind. Sand and pebbles were sent flying. Yixing felt as though an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. Heavenly bat steps. Yixing used the wind force of the minute's subtlety realm and executed the heavenly bat steps. He took a step forward and his body turned into a stream of light, disappearing in a flash. With the heavenly bat steps at the perfection realm and the wind force of the minute's subtlety realm, it was extremely fast. It was as if he had teleported. In terms of speed, Yixing was not inferior to a perfected being of the astral realm. Bang! Yun Zhanfei's palm strike missed and hit the ground where Yixing had just stood. A loud explosion rang out, causing the earth to shake. The ground was instantly shattered. The ground where the palm strike hit caved in, forming a deep palm print that was the same size as the palm strike. The mud and stones turned into dust under this palm strike. If Yixing had been hit, even if his body was stronger than any martial saint, he would have been seriously injured. Any martial saint would have been smashed into meat paste under this palm strike, regardless of whether it was one or several of them. Yixing stood a few hundred meters away with a look of horror in his eyes. Even though he had dodged the attack, he still felt a lingering fear from the power of the attack. The attacking power of a perfected being was terrifying. Yixing was no match for him in a head-on confrontation. Yun Zhanfei landed on the ground and stood beside the palm print. His gaze was like a sword as it shot toward Yixing. His aura locked onto Yixing. Although he had not made a move yet, Yixing already felt as if his body was being cut by a sharp blade. Yixing's body was so strong that ordinary weapons could not penetrate it. However, Yun Zhanfei's gaze was stronger than any weapon, causing Yixing to feel threatened. Yun Zhanfei looked excited, but his gaze was filled with disdain. He said, "Your speed has surprised me. It is even faster than many perfected beings. Unfortunately, it is still not enough for me." As he spoke, Yun Jianfei raised his hand and a dazzling sword appeared in his hand. It was a top-notch middle spiritual weapon. No wonder Yun Jianfei's gaze was so sharp. It turned out that he was a swordsman. With the spiritual weapon in his hand, Yun Jianfei's aura surged. He was like a sword. Just his terrifying aura alone was enough to cut the surrounding air into pieces. Die! Yun Jianfei shouted. In an instant, his entire body was like a flash of sword radiance as he charged toward Yixing. It was the sword step. Young Master Tian Luo's sword aura was strong enough and his sword step was fast enough. However, compared to Yun Jianfei, he was still a few levels behind. Sword radiance flashed. To Yun Jianfei, the distance of a few hundred meters was nothing. With a swing of his sword, a sword aura rose like the rising sun. It was unstoppable and it was about to hit Yixing fast. Too fast. Yixing did not even have time to dodge. He could only use the flame aura fist and punch out. Under the cover of the flame astral phenomenon, Yixing's flame astral energy surged and formed a flame aura fist in an instant. Although Yixing was not a perfected being, his attack was the same as a perfected being. It was Gang Qi and not Qi radiance. However, Yixing's fist aura could not be compared to the sword aura of Yun Jianfei, a one-star perfected being. With a swoosh, the fist aura was cut in half by the sword aura. In the blink of an eye, the fist aura dissipated and turned into air currents that splashed to both sides. However, the sword aura did not lose its momentum and it hit Yixing's fist hard. They were both using the Sword of the Rising Sun from the middle stage changing sword technique. However, Yun Jianfei was much more powerful than Yun Feng in terms of sword techniques and cultivation. Sparks flew everywhere. Instantly, Yixing spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a cannonball, his body shot backward and landed 100 meters away. Fortunately, he wore the burning flame gloves and blocked the sharpness of the sword aura. Otherwise, wherever the sword aura passed, not only his fist, but also Yixing's entire arm would have been cut in half. Upper stage spiritual weapon gloves. Yun Jianfei's eyes lit up and he looked even more excited. As a one-star perfected being, the most precious item he had was a middle-stage flying spiritual weapon. Its value was on par with an upper-stage spiritual weapon. However, he did not have a real upper-stage spiritual weapon. However, Yixing, an 8-star martial saint, had first revealed that he had a supreme flying spiritual weapon. Now, he had revealed that he had an upper-stage spiritual weapon gloves. This had made Yun Jianfei surprised and happy. He had treated Yixing as a huge treasure vault. Kill this kid and all his treasures will be mine. All mine. Huh. Yun Jianfei could not help but laugh wildly. His aura surged and his sword aura pierced the sky. However, at this moment, the heavens and the earth suddenly darkened. Everywhere was shrouded in darkness and one could not even see their own fingers. Yixing had used the black hole astrology. Both he and Yun Jianfei were shrouded in darkness and they had entered the dark world created by the black hole astrology. Yun Jianfei was shocked and he stopped laughing. In an instant, he put up a defensive sword aura and raised his spirits. He looked around and realized that he could not see anything. There was only darkness. However, when he looked at the sky, he saw a huge black hole maelstrom spinning slowly in the sky. The black hole maelstrom was huge and its center was as black as ink. It was daunting and seemed to lead to another world. What is going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? It should still be early before the sky turns dark. Yun Jianfei was bewildered. He looked at the black hole maelstrom in the sky and a thought flashed through his mind. He was even more shocked. Could this be that kid's astrology? However, he has the flame astrology. How can he have two astrology? Yun Jianfei quickly found the flame astrology beside the black hole maelstrom. It was also high in the sky but was pushed to the corner by the black hole maelstrom. Therefore, it did not look eye-catching. When Yun Zhanfei saw the flame astrology, he was finally sure that the black hole maelstrom was Yi Xing's astrology. Chapter 344. Yun Zhanfei's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly recalled the time 9 months ago when the sun was shining brightly but the sky suddenly turned dark. The feeling back then was exactly the same as it was now. Could it be that the sky turned dark back then was also caused by Yi Xing's astrology? Yun Zhanfei was extremely shocked. At that time, he was in the Flying Cloud sect, which was tens of thousands of miles away from the Falling Star sect. How could Yi Xing's astrology cause the sky to turn dark from tens of thousands of miles away? Moreover, Yun Zhanfei was not the only one who felt the sky turning dark back then. The other martial artists in the Flying Cloud sect also felt it. Yun Zhanfei immediately raised his guard. Yi Xing's black hole astrology made him feel terrified and alarmed. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot out from between Yun Zhanfei's eyebrows and turned into a golden star that floated in the sky. The golden star shone brightly and tore apart the darkness around Yun Zhanfei, causing everything within a 100-meter radius to be covered in golden light. As an astral realm enlightened being, Yun Zhanfei had an absolute advantage over Yi Xing in terms of cultivation. Therefore, his astrology could break apart the world of darkness created by the black hole astrology. However, Yun Zhanfei's suppression of Yi Xing's cultivation was limited. The golden star could not break apart the world of darkness completely. It could only illuminate the area within a 100-meter radius. For Yun Zhanfei, being able to see the area within a 100-meter radius was already enough. It was much better than being blinded by darkness. As soon as Yun Zhanfei's golden star tore apart the darkness, Yi Xing took out the purple firmament bow and shot out an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air. A few 100 meters was not a distance at all. As soon as it left the bow, it was already in front of Yun Zhanfei, aiming straight for his throat. He he. Yun Zhanfei sneered and waved his spiritual weapon. A ray of sword energy flashed and knocked the arrow away. He said disdainfully, "Weak archery." Whoosh! As he spoke, Yun Zhanfei swung his sword. A sword light instantly broke through the air currents and shot towards Yi Xing. Even though Yun Zhanfei's range of vision was limited and he couldn't see Yi Xing's exact location, as a real person, Yun Zhanfei's senses were extremely sharp. The moment Yi Xing shot the arrow, Yun Zhanfei was able to determine Yi Xing's location. At the same time, Yun Zhanfei also used his sword steps. His entire body was like a shining sharp blade. In a flash, he appeared where Yi Xing was standing just now. The sword energy sliced through the void, and the golden stars shone in all directions. Yun Zhanfei's counterattack was extremely fierce. With his strength, even if his opponent was also a one-star enlightened master, he could easily crush most of them. Instead, he moved forward and waved the spiritual weapon in his hand to meet the arrow. Useless. Yun Zhanfei's voice was filled with disdain. He originally wanted to say, useless archery skills. However, he had obviously underestimated the power of the arrow. Before he could finish his words, a crisp sound rang out. The spiritual weapon was instantly deflected and the spiritual weapon was instantly deflected. However, the power of the arrow was still extremely terrifying. It continued to shoot towards Yun Zhanfei's throat. Yun Zhanfei's expression changed drastically. His hair stood on end and he felt a chill on his back. If the arrow pierced through his throat, Yun Zhanfei would definitely die. Ah! Yun Zhanfei let out a loud roar. It was not a scream that came from being shot by the arrow. At this moment, his essence, qi, and spirit merged as one. The star energy in his body burned and the middle-grade flying spiritual weapon flapped on his back. In an instant, his speed had reached its limit. With a loud roar, Yun Zhanfei's body turned into a shadow. In an instant, he had dashed a few miles away. The arrow had hit his neck. However, it only hit the edge of his neck and caused a line of blood. It did not hit the vital part of his throat. At this moment, Yun Jianfei's burst of speed was extremely fast. He managed to dodge this sure-kill arrow. However, he was not out of danger yet. With a thought, Yixing changed the direction of the arrow and continued to shoot towards Yun Jianfei. Swoosh! 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 Yun Jianfei's gang qi was extremely thick. When he felt the sharp aura behind him, he knew that the danger was still there. In an instant, he changed the direction of the arrow 3 times. Swoosh! 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 The arrow moved according to the thought. Yixing's arrow also changed 3 times in the air. Yun Jianfei had used up all his gang qi, but he was still unable to dodge the attack of the arrow. In the blink of an eye, the arrow had caught up with Yun Jianfei's body and shot into his back. 3 changes according to the thought. Yixing's state of mind had been upgraded. His mental strength had increased and he had reached the same level as his master, Zi Shanhou. Moreover, this was only the initial upgrade. With the addition of Yixing's Taoist connotation, there were still many comprehensions that he had not digested yet. If he was given a period of time, he would only need 10 days to half a month to digest all the comprehensions and use them for his own use. Regardless of whether it was his martial arts attainment or the level of his mental strength, there would be more improvements. The arrow contained an extremely terrifying force. After it had shot into Yun Jianfei's body, it exploded instantly. The terrifying force was almost like a cannonball exploding. If a martial sage had been hit by Yixing's arrow, his body would have definitely been torn apart by the force contained in the arrow. Although a perfected person's physical body was not much stronger than a martial sage's, the quality of the astral energy in his body was extremely high. When the astral energy was locked, it would be tougher than an ordinary spiritual weapon. When the terrifying force exploded in Yun Jianfei's body, it did not explode him into pieces. Instead, it had firmly pierced into his back. Of course, the terrifying force contained in the arrow had caused great damage to Yun Jianfei. Although his body was protected by the astral energy, the place where the arrow had hit had his internal organs shattered and his meridians severed. The place where the arrow had hit was not far away from his heart. Due to the impact of the arrow, his heart had also been damaged. This was almost a fatal injury. Yun Jianfei spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as ash. Yun Jianfei raised his head and saw the Sagittarius constellation in the sky. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he said, "So you still have a trick up your sleeve. You are actually a monster who possesses 3 types of astral energy. I hate you. I hate you. Will my monthly votes exceed 100 today? I'm looking forward to it." Chapter 345. With Yun Jianfei's strength, if he had not underestimated Yixing and had gone all out, he would have had an 80 to 90% chance of blocking that arrow. The arrow just now was Yixing's strongest attack. If it had been blocked by Yun Jianfei, Yixing would have had no chance to turn the situation around. He would most likely have lost this battle. This was not a duel in a grand competition. This was a battle of life and death. Losing meant death. Yun Jianfei was severely injured after being hit by the arrow. His body was in excruciating pain and he could not circulate the astral energy in many parts of his body. His strength had been reduced by half. The outcome of this battle had been decided. Yun Jianfei would definitely die. As a perfected 1-star cultivator, Yun Jianfei should have been the winner of this battle of life and death. However, because he had underestimated Yixing, he had sent himself to the path of death. Yun Jianfei's heart was filled with unwillingness. Yixing drew his bow again and shouted coldly, "Go to hell." Swoosh, the arrow left the bowstring and the dragon roared. It was the Azure Dragon arrow style again. Yun Jianfei had unleashed his strength to the limit. Let's die together. Yun Jianfei knew that he was going to die. He immediately burned all the astral energy in his body. He was overdrawing his life force to increase his strength. Swoosh, a ray of sword light pierced through the void. Yun Jianfei's entire body was shining brightly. He faced the arrow and rushed toward Yixing. With a clink, the sword energy and the arrow collided. The Azure Dragon's shadow dissipated. The purple-gold arrow turned into a ray of cold light and shot into the distance. Yun Jianfei was burning his astral energy and life force to increase his strength. Not only did it make up for the loss of strength due to his severe injuries, but it also made his strength stronger than usual. When a perfected one went all out, it was extremely terrifying. This was especially true for Yun Jianfei, who was one of the top perfected ones in the same realm. At this moment, Yun Jianfei could defeat anyone in the same realm. Even a perfected one-star cultivator would have to avoid him. The azure cloud wings flapped and Yixing retreated explosively. At this moment, Yun Jianfei's perception had reached an unheard-of level. He could sense the airflow and sound that Yixing created as he moved through the void. Even if he couldn't see Yixing, he could still lock onto Yixing's body. At this moment, both Yun Jianfei's strength and speed had increased by a level after burning his life force. The distance between him and Yixing was rapidly closing. Die! Scorching sun in the sky. Yun Jianfei was bleeding from his 7 orifices, but he had a crazed expression on his face. The spirit artifact sword in his hand shone even more resplendently. It was like a scorching sun, making it hard for people to look at it directly. In an instant, he caught up to Yixing and thrust his sword at him. The golden constellation in the sky poured down an endless amount of astral power, which was absorbed by Yun Jianfei's sword. This was the strongest sword strike of his sublimated life force. After this sword strike, whether his target lived or died, Yun Jianfei would die. This sort of terrifying attack that erupted without regard for one's life was the most terrifying. Even someone with similar strength might perish together with it. As he drew back, Yixing put away his bow and took out the high-grade spirit artifact, the Black Dragon Spear. If Yun Jianfei were still conscious, he would be shocked once more. Yixing actually had 2 high-grade spirit artifacts on him. However, Yun Jianfei had already gone mad and his mind was no longer clear. There was only a single thought in his mind, and that was to kill Yixing and perish together with him. As for the Black Dragon Spear in Yixing's hand, he completely ignored it. Darkness Spear Curtain. With the Black Dragon Spear in hand, Yixing focused his mind like never before. His might erupted to the limit as he used a defensive spear move. The Black Dragon Spear danced about, turning into a curtain of spears that collided with Yun Jianfei's sword. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Darkness Spear Curtain was instantly torn apart. With a puff, Yixing spat out a mouthful of blood. Yun Jianfei's spirit artifact continued to erupt with a dazzling light as it thrust forwards. However, Yixing's figure was nowhere to be seen. Yixing had already clearly scanned this sword's trajectory, weakness, and flaws. As he used the Darkness Spear Curtain to resist, he had already dodged to a safe area. Yixing's speed erupted with incredible speed. Although Yun Jianfei's mutual destruction sword strike had wounded Yixing, it hadn't caused any fatal injuries to Yixing. Whoosh, Yixing's blue cloud wings flapped. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed several miles. Yun Jianfei's sword missed. With a loud roar, he slashed out with his sword again, chasing after Yixing. However, just as this sword thrust out, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could no longer withstand the burning astral energy within his body, causing his life to rapidly fade away. Bang! The burning astral energy within Yun Jianfei's body went out of control and exploded, causing his body to explode into pieces. The sword light instantly disappeared. With a clank, the spirit artifact sword was thrown forward and fell to the ground. A few miles away, Yixing stopped. He retracted his astrology and slapped his chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out. His body went limp and he sat on the ground, panting heavily. This battle was extremely dangerous for Yixing. If Yun Zhanfei hadn't looked down on him, an 8-star martial saint, and hadn't used his full strength during the battle with Yixing, Yixing's arrow might not have been able to injure him. The result could have been reversed. The one who died might have been Yixing. Moreover, if Yun Zhanfei wasn't just a 1-star martial saint, if he was a 2-star martial saint, Yixing would have died in this battle. Luckily, the one who chased after me wasn't a 2-star martial saint. Luckily, Yun Zhanfei was conceited and looked down on me. Yixing rejoiced in his heart. After taking a healing elixir, Yixing immediately took out 2 low-grade star crystals to heal his injuries and restore his celestial essence. Yixing's injuries weren't serious and he recovered quickly. However, his celestial essence recovery was slower. It would take him at least half an hour to fully recover. He didn't dare to stay here for half an hour. The other party had a Class 3 flying demonic beast, and it wouldn't take long for it to catch up. After Yixing recovered from his injuries, he got up and walked towards Yun Zhanfei's corpse. Middle grade spirit artifact sword. Middle grade flying spirit artifact. Yixing picked up all of them, including Yun Zhanfei's storage ring. The first thing Yixing did was to refine Yun Zhanfei's middle grade flying spirit artifact. The owner of the middle grade flying spirit artifact was dead, so refining it wasn't difficult. After about 20 breaths, Yixing refined the middle-grade flying spirit artifact and put it into his body. His celestial essence surged, and a pair of black wings appeared on Yixing's back in an instant. Very good. The Clear Sky Wings is a top-grade flying spirit artifact, but it consumes too much energy for me. I can't fly for a long time, so I can only use it when escaping. This middle-grade flying spirit artifact is just right for me. I'll give it a name, Black Feather Wings. The Clear Sky Wings is too precious. If exposed, even the masters of the 9 great sects would covet it. I can't let others know about it. It's better to use the Black Feather Wings at ordinary times. Yixing secretly said in his heart. Yixing used his star fire to burn Yun Zhanfei's corpse to ashes. He then tore his blood-stained clothes and threw them on the ground, pretending that he was dead. Then, he took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and put them on. With a flap of the black feather wings, he instantly soared into the sky. Shortly after Yixing left, the 4-winged flying snake arrived with Qizhua, Tan Watanabe, and the other enlightened masters. There should have been 12 of them. Excluding Yun Zhanfei who was chasing after Yixing, there were still 11 of them. However, there were only 9 of them on the 4-winged flying snake and 2 enlightened masters were missing. When enlightened masters fought with their lives on the line, they could unleash extraordinary combat strength by burning their astral energies and overdrafting their life force. Even though Tan Watanabe had more enlightened masters on his side and was stronger, they had to pay a huge price to kill the 5 enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect. Lu Tianyuan and Qi Dosheng had dragged an enlightened master of the Dongfu sect down with them before their deaths. Although the other 3 did not manage to kill their targets, they were severely injured. The 5 enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect were dead while the other party had 2 dead and 3 injured. Although it seemed like the number of casualties was unequal, it was extremely difficult to cause casualties in a situation where there was a huge disparity in strength. Of course, if not for Qizhua's arrows from afar, the casualties would have been much higher. However, Qizhua's arrows were too powerful. Even enlightened masters of the same cultivation realm could not withstand them, let alone those below 3 enlightened masters. Because of Qizhua's arrows from afar, the 5 enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect had no hope of escaping even if they managed to break out of the encirclement. They could only fight to the death. The enlightened masters jumped off the 4-winged flying snake's back and observed the traces of the battle. There were bloodstains, burning ashes, and Yixing's blood-stained clothes. Yixing is dead. Where's Yun Zhanfei? Why didn't he join us? Did he want to take the superior-grade air transportation spiritual artifact for himself and run away? To make up for yesterday's second update. Looking for recommendations on Monday. Chapter 346. The Flying Cloud sect was in great trouble. Yixing and Yun Zhanfei fought, but no one thought that the one who died was Yun Zhanfei. The true sages thought that the person who was burned to ashes was Yixing. As for Yun Zhanfei, he had snatched away Yixing's treasures and wanted to take them all for himself, thus he had run away. On Yixing's body, there was not only a high-grade flying spirit artifact, but also a high-grade spirit artifact, the blazing flame set and the black dragon spear. These were all items that had been revealed at the 10-sect grand competition. Moreover, as for the four-winged flying snake's madness, no one had been able to react at first. But as they thought about it, they realized that Yixing must have obtained the top-grade spirit weapon, the Eye of Blue Cloud, in the Blue Cloud ancient land. Thus, he was able to interfere with the thoughts of monster beasts. The Eye of Blue Cloud was a top-grade spirit weapon. In the Blue Cloud region, it was a priceless treasure. If so many treasures were obtained by Yun Zhanfei, then as the true sages thought about it, no matter who obtained these treasures, there was no reason for them to be shared with others. Thus, it made sense for Yun Zhanfei to take all the treasures and run away. This was what the true sages thought. Although they understood Yun Zhanfei's feelings, if they were in his shoes, they would also do the same. But the true sages were unhappy. Extremely unhappy. As they thought about how so many treasures had been taken away by Yun Zhanfei, the true sages hated Yun Zhanfei to the bone. Poor Yun Zhanfei. Even after his death, he was hated by everyone. However, Yun Zhanfei's initial thought was to take all the treasures and run away. The true sages didn't wrong him. However, no one expected that Yun Zhanfei, a 1-star true sages, would chase down Yixing, an 8-star martial saint, and in the end die under Yixing's hands. An 8-star martial saint killing a 1-star true sages? Moreover, he was a top-class 1-star true sages. Of the 9 true sages present, not a single one of them had this thought. Occasionally, this thought would flash through their minds, but they would immediately reject it. If Yun Zhanfei hadn't caught up with Yixing, then it would be possible. But if he had caught up with Yixing and fought with him, then Yixing would have absolutely no reason to escape. The enlightened masters were certain that the dead person was Yixing, and they were certain that Yun Zhanfei had taken all the treasures for himself and escaped. Because of their hatred for Yun Zhanfei, all the spiritual masters were filled with anger towards the other spiritual master of the Flying Cloud sect. Chou Buohong was a 2-star sage of the Flying Cloud sect. He had a high position in the Flying Cloud sect, and his position was comparable to the sect master Yun Zhankong. He was one of the top 3 powerhouses in the Flying Cloud sect. However, at this moment, Chou Buohong's back was drenched in cold sweat. Qizhua, Watanabe Tan, and the rest of the 8 perfected masters were glaring at him angrily, causing his hair to stand on end. Chou Buohong cursed Yun Zhanfei 1,000 times in his heart. Yun Zhanfei had taken so many treasures for himself, he would definitely not return to the Flying Cloud sect. However, if these people could not find Yun Zhanfei, the Flying Cloud sect would have to take the blame for Yun Zhanfei. Chou Buohong said with fear, "Everyone, Yun Zhanfei was only blinded by the treasures for a moment, and his mind was muddled. He will return, he will definitely return, and our Flying Cloud sect will also find him and make him hand over the treasures so that we can divide them equally." Chou Buohong was afraid that the 8 spiritual masters would vent their anger on him. If they were to make a move on him, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Qizhua's face was very ugly. He was a spiritual master of the Sun-Moon sect. If Yun Zhanfei took out Yixing's treasures and distributed them, the Sun-Moon sect would get the best things. However, Qizhua did not even get a single thing. Even the Falling Star sect master's ring, Lu Tianyuan had already given it to Yixing. It could be seen that Yun Zhanfei had it as well. Qizhua looked at Chou Buohong coldly and said, "Everyone, listen up. Put Yun Zhanfei on the wanted list in the entire Qingyun region. If he hands over the treasures, everything will be fine. Otherwise, the Flying Cloud sect will pay the price." Kunyan Mountain Range, Star Crystal Vein. Yixing used the black feather wings to fly all the way here. After reporting his identity, Gu Tianshang opened the array and Yixing entered. There were multiple level 3 arrays set up by Lin Fenghua here. It was the last fortress of the Falling Star sect. Of the 14 spiritual masters of the 6 went to the old site of the Azure Cloud sect, 6 stayed in the sect, and 2 guarded the Star Crystal Vein. This was the last strength of the Falling Star sect. The 2 spiritual masters guarding the Star Crystal Vein were both 1-star spiritual masters. They were the War Pavilion Elder Lin Dongsheng and the Affairs Hall Elder Zhang Maosheng. When Yixing passed through the array, the first person he saw was Zishan Ho. "Master." Yixing immediately ran up, looking surprised and happy. Hua Tianshu and Zishan Ho had a grudge against each other. Now that the Falling Star sect was destroyed, Hua Tianshu would not let Zishan Ho go. Therefore, Yixing had always thought that his master, Zishan Ho, was doomed. He did not expect to see Zishan Ho in the Star Crystal Vein and was pleasantly surprised. Zishan Ho's eyes were also full of surprise. Good. Yixing, it's great that you can come here safely. My Falling Star sect is not destroyed, and there is hope for a comeback." However, in the depths of Zishan Ho's eyes, there was a hint of sadness. The Fallen Gate had been broken, and his most respected Grand Elder Lin Xiuyuan had died in battle. Even when he saw that Yixing was safe and was pleasantly surprised, the sadness in the depths of his heart did not dissipate. After the surprise, Yixing also showed a sad expression. "I was lucky to escape, but, the sect master and the elders, they..." Yixing thought of the scene where Lu Tianyuan and the others let the purple flame monarch eagle carry him to escape, while they fought the enemy to the death. He was extremely angry and sad, unable to speak. Zishan Ho patted Yixing's shoulder and said, "We already know that you Pinghai betrayed the sect, and the sect master and the others died in battle in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, but they did not regret it. Their last concern was whether you could come back safely. Now that you are here, it proves that they did not die in vain. They can rest in peace in the underworld." Before Lu Tianyuan died, he used the communication bead to send a message to the Star Crystal Vein, asking Gu Tianshang to keep an eye on the outside and wait for Yixing to come back. Gu Tianshang and Zishan Ho had already discussed this matter, so Zishan Ho naturally knew what happened to Lu Tianyuan and the others. On the side, Gu Tianshang also walked over. His hair was still white, but the wrinkles on his face were gone. His skin was much smoother, and he seemed to be dozens of years younger. Gu Tianshang walked to Yixing, patted Yixing's shoulder and said, "Yixing, the future of the Falling Star sect depends on you. You have to work hard to drive the East Fu sect out of the Falling Star Kingdom as soon as possible, and rebuild the Falling Star sect." Yixing nodded. He looked at Gu Tianshang with surprise and said, "Elder Gu, you have broken through to the astral realm?" A perfected cultivator in the astral realm had a lifespan of 200 years. Gu Tianshang was a half-step perfected cultivator in his 80s, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. Now, he was dozens of years younger. Without looking at his hair, he looked like he was in his 40s. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had broken through and increased his lifespan. That was why he looked younger. Gu Tianshang nodded, and there was a look of enlightenment in his eyes. He said, "I was lucky to break through, sigh." It seemed that Gu Tianshang was not happy about breaking through to the astral realm. Zishan Ho said, "There was also a trader in the Star Crystal Mine." Elder Zhang Maosheng of the Affair Hall suddenly attacked and severely injured Elder Lin Dongsheng. He wanted to destroy the formation of the star crystal mine from the inside, and kill Elder Gu. If the Falling Star sect was taken over by the East Fu sect, then the Falling Star sect would lose its last piece of land. At the critical moment of the sect's survival, Elder Gu broke through the bottleneck of decades and became a level 3 array master, a perfected cultivator in the astral realm, and killed the traitor Zhang Maosheng. Zi Shanho sighed and continued, Elder Gu achieved enlightenment, breaking through both the Tao of formations and the Tao of martial arts. This should be a joyous occasion, but, the price is too great. Elder Gu's voice was melancholy. He said, if I could choose, I would only want the Falling Star sect to be safe and sound. I would have no regrets if I could not break through in martial Tao and array Tao in this generation. Gu Tianshang had been stimulated by the life and death of his sect. He had been enlightened and resolved the inner demons that had imprisoned him for decades. A great talent matured slowly, and he had made breakthroughs in both martial arts and formations. If it were not for this experience, Gu Tianshang would not be able to make any progress in either array Tao or martial Tao at his old age. The cause and effect of this was indeed costly. No wonder Gu Tianshang was not happy even though he was enlightened. He would rather not be enlightened at all. Looking for recommendation votes ++++++1. Chapter 347. Yixing was silent. Like Gu Tianshang, his cultivation had broken through to the 8th level of the star vortex realm because of the destruction of his sect. His state of mind had sublimated, and he had broken through. Although this had greatly increased Yixing's cultivation speed, Yixing and Gu Tianshang had the same idea. If the Falling Star sect was not destroyed, and if Master Lin Fenghua and sect leader Lu Tianyuan were not dead, Yixing would rather not break through. Sigh. Yixing was touched and sighed. Zi Shanho patted Yixing's shoulder again and said, the sect has been destroyed. You are the only hope of the Falling Star sect. The future of the Falling Star sect is in your hands. You must be strong and pull yourself together. Yixing nodded. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and said, my family. Although Yixing had burned Yun Zhanfei's body to ashes and left a false impression that Yun Zhanfei had killed him, the other party might not believe it. If the other party knew that he was not dead but couldn't catch him, then his family might be in danger. Although Yixing's feelings for the Ye family and his parents were very faint, or even close to none, he didn't want the Ye family to suffer because of him. The Ye family was his starting point in the Star Continent. Yixing only wanted the Ye family to develop better and better. Zi Shanho comforted Yixing and said, Chu Jingyue told me that Hua Tianshu had betrayed the sect. After the sect was destroyed, I went to your family immediately and brought your parents here. As for the entire Yi clan, because there are too many people, there's no time, and there's no need for that. You've already left your clan, and you're a disciple of the Falling Star sect. Even if the Dong Fu sect wants to force you, they will only target your parents, not your clan. The East Rising Star sect was one of the 6 southern sects, while the Ye family was only a small family in the Falling Star Kingdom. There was a world of difference between the two. For a family like the Ye family to have such an accomplished warrior like Yixing, other than their own family members, the rest of the family members were not close. The East Rising Star sect knew that they couldn't use the Ye family to force Yixing out. Using a Rising Star sect to deal with an ordinary warrior's family was simply lowering their status. The only possibility was that the Dong Fu sect had captured Yixing's family and used them to force Yixing. However, that wouldn't have much of an effect, as the chances of the Dong Fu sect doing something like that were very low. However, Zishan Ho eliminated that possibility and immediately brought Yi Feihong and Lu Yi to the Star Crystal Mine to protect them. Yixing was surprised. Chu Jingyue. Did she escape? Zishan Ho nodded, because she is Hua Tianshu's disciple, she managed to escape the calamity. The moment her sect was destroyed, she escaped on a black-feathered eagle and came to Zishan County to tell me the news. Otherwise, I would have been encircled by Hua Tianshu's men and died. Now, Chu Jingyue isn't doing well. Hua Tianshu has taken her life essence. She's now pale as if she's 70 or 80 years old. I'm afraid she won't live for more than a few years. Yixing was shocked. How could this be? Zishan Ho sighed. I heard from Chu Jingyue that she's practicing a technique called the art of marrying beauty. This technique should be a kind of evil technique. It's very smooth to practice, but there's a disadvantage. After practicing it, one's life essence will be sucked away. Hua Tianshu must have practiced a beauty cultivation technique that can restrain the art of marrying beauty. She absorbed Chu Jingyue's life essence just to preserve her appearance. Hua Tianshu again. Yixing's heart surged with an extremely strong murderous intent towards Hua Tianshu. Yixing said, "Where is she now? I'll go see her." In Yixing's heart, Chu Jingyue was one of his few friends. She was much more important than Yi Feihong and Lu Ao. Yixing only wanted to hear the news of Yi Feihong and Lu Ao's safety. He didn't want to meet them, but after hearing news of Chu Jingyue, he couldn't help but want to visit. Zishan Ho waved his hand. She definitely doesn't want to meet you now. You'd better not go see her. Yixing frowned. How can she be cured after losing her life essence? Zishan Ho said, this isn't an injury, but the loss of her life essence. Even a pill that can revive the dead can't save her. However, some heavenly treasures that can prolong her life and replenish her life essence may be able to restore her youth. However, this is the same as the pill that can revive the dead. It only exists in legends and is something that can only be encountered but not sought. Yixing said, sigh. This can only depend on luck. If I encounter a heavenly treasure that can prolong her life in the future, I'll try to get it and help her. Not to mention his friendship with her, just the fact that Chu Jingyue had informed Zishan Ho immediately after the sect's destruction allowed Zishan Ho to escape from Hua Tianshu's revenge. Moreover, she had also allowed his cheap parents to safely arrive at the Star Crystal Mine. Yixing had to do his best to repay her kindness. These things will depend on the future. Let's talk about it later. Gu Tianshang interrupted their conversation and said to Yixing, now, your first task is to increase your cultivation and quickly break through to the astral realm. Increase your strength and drive the East Fu sect out of the Falling Star Kingdom as soon as possible. Then, rebuild the Falling Star sect. Yixing nodded and said, I understand, but cultivation can't be rushed. I've just broken through to the 8-star Martial Saint realm. No matter how much I cultivate, it's hard to increase my cultivation in a short time. I'm going to cultivate martial skills and increase my strength first. In 3 months, the Young Hero Assembly held by the 9 sect alliances will begin. I want to represent the Falling Star sect and fight for a good ranking. Both Gu Tianshang and Zishan Ho laughed. Gu Tianshang said, I can guarantee that your cultivation will reach a higher level very soon. Zishan Ho nodded at the side. Yixing asked in surprise, why? Gu Tianshang said, there are joys and sorrows in life. Today, the sect's destruction is heartbreaking. However, what happened today is not all bad. There is also a good thing. Yixing looked at Gu Tianshang and Zishan Ho in surprise. If it could be called a good thing at this time, then it must be a great thing. Gu Tianshang said, today, there was another discovery in the star crystal lode. In the depths of the lode, there are higher quality star crystals. Below that, there is a middle-grade star crystal lode. In the middle-grade star crystal lode, there is a higher quality star crystal spiritual milk. Originally, I planned to distribute the star crystal spiritual milk to the 10 elite disciples who entered the Azure Cloud ancient land. Now, only you have returned. Moreover, you are the hope of reviving the Falling Star sect. All the star crystal spiritual milk in the middle grade star crystal lode belongs to you. It will allow you to increase your cultivation at the fastest speed and rebuild the falling star sect as soon as possible. Yixing's eyes widened as he exclaimed, middle-grade star crystal load? Star crystals were divided into low, middle, and high grade. One high-grade star crystal was equivalent to 100 low-grade star crystals. One middle-grade star crystal was equivalent to 100 low-grade star crystals. In the Azure Cloud region, high-grade star crystals were a legend. Middle-grade star crystals were extremely precious. Setting up a level 3 array and restoring astral energy would require a lot of them. In the entire Azure Cloud region, no one had heard of a middle-grade star crystal load. The middle-grade star crystals in the hands of the top 10 sects were all exchanged from other places in the True Xian domain. For the 6 sects in the southern part of the Azure Cloud region, the middle-grade star crystals of the enlightened masters and elders of the sects were probably only a few thousand. Even the richest sect only had tens of thousands of middle-grade star crystals. However, a mid-grade star crystal vein would contain an enormous amount of mid-grade star crystals. There would be at least 1 million mid-grade star crystals. In other words, a middle-grade star crystal load was worth more than 100 sects of the same level as the 6 southern sects. One could imagine how much wealth this was. Not to mention the 6 southern sects, even the 4 northern sects were worth less than half a middle-grade star crystal load. It was no wonder that Gu Tianshang said that it was a good thing when the falling star sect was going through a calamity. It was indeed a great thing. Even the 9 upper sects might not have a middle-grade star crystal load. The falling star sect had a middle-grade star crystal load, so it would not lack financial resources to rebuild the sect in the future. What it lacked was strength. As long as it had the strength to rebuild with the financial support of the middle-grade star crystal load, the falling star sect would definitely develop rapidly and become the overlord of the Azure Cloud region. Compared to the value of the entire medium-grade star crystal load, the star crystal spiritual milk that was produced along with the load was something that could only be found by chance, but it didn't shock Yixing as much. After all, Yixing had seen star crystal spiritual milk before. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Chapter 348. The low-grade star crystal vein was located between 100 and 1,000 meters underground. 1,000 meters underground was the mid-grade star crystal vein. As for how deep it was, it had not been explored yet. The star crystal spiritual milk produced by the mid-grade star crystal load was about 1,000 meters underground. However, Yixing had to walk a few miles to get to this place. The star crystal spiritual milk was located in a natural underground hall. It was very spacious, more than 10 zhang high, and almost 100 meters wide. When the miners excavating the low-grade star crystals found the star crystal spiritual milk in the center of the hall, they reported it to the person in charge of the star crystal vein, Gu Tianshang. Lin Dongsheng and Zhang Maosheng were perfected persons who were in charge of the star crystal vein. Gu Tianshang was only a half-step perfected persons, so his position was lower than theirs. However, the formation of the star crystal vein was completely controlled by Gu Tianshang. Therefore, Gu Tianshang was the real person in charge of the star crystal vein. The 2 perfected persons were responsible for guarding the star crystal vein. Therefore, they only reported the mid-grade star crystal vein to Gu Tianshang. When Gu Tianshang heard about it, he immediately blocked the news. At the same time, he also sealed the hall where the mid-grade star crystal vein was located and sent his trusted subordinates to guard it. No one was allowed to enter. Now, Gu Tianshang had let Yixing absorb the star crystal spiritual milk. After bringing Yixing here, he naturally dismissed the guards. Yixing looked at the star crystal spiritual milk in the center of the hall. The amount was about the same as the low-grade star crystal vein, but the quality was 1 level higher. The star crystal spiritual milk in the low-grade star crystal vein allowed Yixing to break through from a half-step martial saint to a 2-star martial saint. It seemed that the star crystal spiritual milk here could help him break through to the 9th level star spiral realm, or even higher. Yixing withdrew his gaze from the star crystal spiritual milk pool and said, "Master, Elder Gu. There are many things I haven't fully comprehended yet. I may need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. If I don't come out, you don't need to worry." Zi Shanho nodded. Gu Tianshang said, "You can cultivate in seclusion for as long as you want. I'm waiting for you to soar to the sky." After Zi Shanho and Gu Tianshang left, Yixing did not rush to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk pool. He had just broken through to the 8-star martial saint realm today. Although his mental state was strong enough to continue improving his cultivation, and he could use the star crystal spiritual milk to replenish his energy and make another breakthrough, it was too fast. After all, his foundation was unstable. Moreover, when Yixing's state of mind was sublimated, Taoist connotation was added to his body. He had a lot of enlightenment, but he didn't fully understand it. He had to strengthen his comprehension while he still had the feeling and completely transform it into his own. Otherwise, if too much time passed, the feeling would disappear, and it would be extremely difficult to comprehend anything again. His greatest gain during these few days was that his comprehension of thought force had once again increased by a level, and it had attained the 4th level. Zi Shanho's power of heart was only at the 3rd stage. When Yixing fought with Yun Zhanfei, his power of heart was also at the 3rd stage. 9th stage of heart force. The first 3 levels were of 1 grade and were relatively easy to raise. The middle 3 levels were also of 1 grade and were much more difficult to raise than the first 3 levels. The last 3 levels were of 1 grade and were extremely difficult to raise. Yixing's heart force broke through from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage. This was a qualitative breakthrough, a huge breakthrough. This meant that Yixing's archery had reached the level of 4 transformations. As his attainments in archery improved, Yixing's attainments in the 4 symbols archery technique also improved. Although he had yet to practice archery, his intuition told him that his 4 symbols archery technique had reached the consummate realm. The power of thought was closely related to a cultivator's martial attainments. With the 4th stage of heart force, it was not difficult for Yixing to cultivate the 4 symbols archery art to perfection. This also included the dark spirit spear art and heavenly bat footwork art that had long reached perfection. Yixing stopped comprehending. The 4th stage of heart force was an extremely high level of comprehension among astral realm sages. Yixing was only an 8-star martial saint. He had only reached this level by chance. Now that he had passed the state, it was impossible for him to continue improving his comprehension of heart force. Yixing was not in a hurry to cultivate martial arts. Instead, he sat down beside the star crystal spiritual milk and absorbed it, preparing to break through to 9-star martial saint. Although Yixing had only broken through to 8-star martial saint for a short time, the battle with 1-star martial saint Yun Zhanfei had allowed him to completely familiarize himself with the cultivation state of an 8-star martial saint. After 5 days and 5 nights of comprehension, it was also very beneficial to his consolidation of cultivation. Although his cultivation foundation was not very stable now, it was enough for him to break through to 9-star martial saint. The Young Hero Assembly would be held in 2 months. At that time, Yixing would be facing the younger generation of the entire True Xian domain. Many of them would be true human realm geniuses with great strength. Yixing knew that it would be difficult for him to compete with the younger generation of true human realm geniuses with just the cultivation of an 8-star martial saint. Therefore, he had to improve his cultivation. Yixing used the black hole astrology and the high-grade falling star art to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk. His cultivation increased rapidly. The quality of the star crystal spiritual milk was different, so the speed of absorption was very different. When Yixing was a half-step martial saint, it only took him a little more than 2 hours to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk in the low-grade star crystal vein. Now that he was an 8-star martial saint, it took him a whole day to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk around him, but he had only absorbed 1/3 of the total amount. After a whole day, Yi Xing's cultivation finally had a qualitative breakthrough. The star vortex in his dantian expanded and reached the limit of the star vortex realm. The strength of the star essence in his body continued to increase. The higher the strength of the star essence, the closer it was to the star essence. It would be easier to transform it into star essence in the future. 9-star martial saint, the last stage of the celestial vortex realm. Yi Xing had never dared to dream of reaching this stage in the past. Now, he had already reached this stage before he was even 18 years old. Some dreams and goals seemed very far away at first. However, after a period of time, when one looked back, one would realize that one had unknowingly reached or even surpassed one's dreams or goals. At this time, when one thought about the past, one would realize that it was silly to be confused and worried about the future. When Yi Xing thought about the past, he became even more confident. Since he could reach his goal now, then one day in the future, he would definitely reach his current goal and become the most powerful warrior in the star continent, reaching the peak of the martial Tao. After breaking through to the 9-star martial saint, Yi Xing continued to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk. The next realm breakthrough was from the star vortex realm to the astral realm. The half-step enlightened being in between was just a transitional stage. It could not be considered a cultivation breakthrough. Therefore, Yi Xing could consolidate his cultivation to the half-step enlightened being in one fell swoop. He could stop cultivating before the next cultivation breakthrough and wait until he had completely adapted to the half-step enlightened being's cultivation before breaking through to the astral realm. Breaking through to the astral realm is easier said than done. I'm afraid that even if I absorb all the star crystal spiritual milk here, I still won't be able to break through. I'll just absorb it boldly. Let's talk about it later. Yi Xing observed the amount of star crystal spiritual milk and thought to himself. 2 days later, not a drop of star crystal spiritual milk was left. All of it had been absorbed by Yi Xing. Yi Xing's cultivation had stabilized to the half-step enlightened being. Moreover, half of the astral energy in his body had been transformed. He was at the peak of the half-step enlightened being. Thanks to Yi Xing's continuous cultivation, the high-grade falling star incantation had risen another level, reaching the 4th layer. This caused Yi Xing's astral stars to be extremely condensed and of extremely high quality. Compared to enlightened 1-star's astral stars, they were only inferior in terms of quantity. Feeling the surging energy in his body, Yi Xing was confident that with his current strength, he would not be inferior to Yun Zhanfei in a head-on battle. If he used all his trump cards, he would be able to kill Yun Zhanfei in a matter of minutes. This was not blind arrogance, but genuine confidence. He had fought Yun Zhanfei head-on before, so he was clear about Yun Zhanfei's strength. In terms of martial arts, he was not inferior to Yun Zhanfei. In terms of astral energy, he was not inferior to Yun Zhanfei. Moreover, Yi Xing's comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was far superior to Yun Zhanfei. Other than the fact that his astral energy was inferior to Yun Zhanfei's and that he could not fight for a long time, he surpassed Yun Zhanfei in all other aspects. Chapter 349. Yun Zhanfei is much stronger than Watanabe Ying. Amongst the 1-star true masters, he should be relatively strong. My current strength surpasses Yun Zhanfei's by a great deal. Sweeping away the 1-star true masters shouldn't be a problem. I just don't know if I can fight a 1-star true master without revealing the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation. Yi Xing muttered to himself as he stood up, feeling the surging strength in his body. My heart force has reached the 4th level. It won't be difficult for me to cultivate the 4 symbols arrow art, dark spirit spear art, and heavenly bat steps to the boundary of perfection. Moreover, I can also cultivate the astral flame fist to a higher level. If my martial arts attainments can take another step forward, then even if I don't use the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation, I should be able to sweep away a 2-star true master. In the following time, I will cultivate martial arts with all my strength and increase my strength. With a thought, Yi Xing lifted his hand and the high-grade spirit weapon, the black dragon spear, appeared in his hand. But in the blink of an eye, the black dragon spear was put away by Yi Xing. The dark spirit spear art was immensely powerful. In particular, with the dark spirit spear art at the perfection boundary, just how powerful would a single spear thrust out be? This was an underground cave. If Yi Xing were to use this move with all his strength, the entire hall would collapse. Yi Xing's current strength was enough to contend with an early true master. At this degree, he couldn't casually cultivate martial arts anywhere. Yi Xing left the underground hall and returned to the surface, finding Zi Shanhou and Gu Tianshang. What? You want to go out adventuring so soon? Just what degree has your cultivation reached? I can no longer see through it. As Zi Shanhou and Gu Tianshang heard Yi Xing's words, they were both startled. Yi Xing released his cultivation. He nodded and said, I need a spacious place to cultivate martial arts. The space here is too small and there are array formations all around. It's not suitable for me to cultivate here. Moreover, the Young Hero Assembly is just around the corner. This place is very far from Nine Heaven City, so I have to leave early. Therefore, I won't return here after I leave this place. I will first find a place to cultivate my martial arts, then head straight to Nine Heaven City. When I return, the Dong Fu sect will be doomed. Gu Tianshang said worriedly, the true mystic region is very big. It has a circumference of 1,000,000 miles. Even a true human rank flying mount would take 10 days to half a month to reach the Nine Heavens City. The journey is very long, and you are only a half-step true human rank. It is very dangerous for you to travel alone. I don't think you should participate in the Young Hero Assembly. You are absolutely safe here. It doesn't matter if your cultivation is slow. With your potential, you will grow sooner or later. It won't be too late to rebuild the Meteor Falls sect when you have full confidence. Zi Shanhou also nodded and said, Yi Xing, you are the hope of the safety first. Yi Xing shook his head and said, if a warrior hides in a place to cultivate, not only will his cultivation speed be slow, it will also be difficult for him to achieve anything. Only by growing through experience can he become a true expert. There is something I need at the Young Hero Assembly, so I must go. Master, Elder Gu, don't stop me. Although I am alone, I have my own means to protect myself. Most of the true human rank experts can't do anything to me. Yi Xing was eyeing the Young Hero Assembly's first prize, the Resurrection Pill. Although he felt that with his half-step true human rank cultivation, the chances of him winning the first place were not high, he still had to work hard. Moreover, Yi Xing also wanted to see the outside world and compete with the young geniuses of the true mystic region. The world was very big, and if one wanted to become a true expert, they had to go out and explore. If one wanted to become a powerhouse in this world, they had to at least get to know this world and understand the martial artists in this world. If one didn't even understand the outside world and only knew how to cultivate bitterly in one place, how could one become a powerhouse if one didn't even know how strong one was? Yi Xing had made up his mind, so Gu Tianshang and Zi Shanhou didn't stop him. They told Yi Xing to be careful outside and gave him a large amount of mid-grade star crystals to let Yi Xing leave the star crystal lode. Yi Xing left the star crystal lode after dusk. He traveled in the night without anyone noticing. Even if someone was watching outside the star crystal lode, they wouldn't be able to find him. After he was far away from the star crystal lode, Yi Xing dispersed the dark aura and a pair of black wings grew out from his back. Yi Xing spread his wings and flew as fast as lightning towards the depths of the Blue Cloud Mountain Range. The night of the Blue Cloud Mountain Range was the world of demonic beasts. Beasts roared continuously and Yi Xing often saw the silhouettes of demonic beasts in the sky. To Yi Xing, the Blue Cloud Mountain Range was like his back garden. No matter how many demonic beasts there were, he was not afraid. Firstly, Yi Xing had a flying spirit tool and could fly in the sky. If it wasn't a flying spirit tool, no matter how many demonic beasts there were, they wouldn't be able to touch him. Secondly, Yixing had the eyes of blue cloud. Unless it was a mid-rank 3 demonic beast or above, it wouldn't be a threat to Yixing. Instead, it would be controlled by Yixing. Thirdly, if Yixing used his blue cloud wings to escape, even a mid-rank 3 demonic beast wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Therefore, in the blue cloud ancient land, be it day or night, Yixing was very safe. Yixing came to the depths of the blue cloud mountain range for 2 reasons. Firstly, there was no human habitation in the blue cloud mountain range, which was suitable for Yixing to practice martial arts. Secondly, Yixing wanted to find a demonic beast equivalent to a 3-star venerable and use his eyes of blue cloud to control it as his pet. Although Yixing had a flight-type spiritual artifact, the flight-type spiritual artifact consumed his celestial essence and energy. Moreover, the journey to the 9 Heavens city was very long, and it wasn't something that could be reached in a day or 2. Therefore, Yixing preferred to ride on a demonic bird. Although it wasn't slow, it was much easier. There weren't many demonic beasts equivalent to a 3-star venerable in the blue cloud mountain range. The closer one was to the center, the easier it was to encounter one. Yixing flew for a few hours and reached an area deeper than the old site of the blue cloud sect before stopping. The area where Yixing was located was a rare flatland in the Azure Cloud mountain range. It spanned several li in radius, and the view was vast. Regardless of whether it was practicing spear arts, light martial arts, or archery, it was an ideal location. What surprised Yixing was that he didn't find a single monster beast in this area. This place is suitable for practicing martial arts. I'll cultivate my martial arts here to the boundary of perfection and then look for a flying mount. Yixing thought to himself. Whoosh! After a long time, Yixing used his black feather wings and shot into the skies. He flew dozens of miles before finding a 3rd-level monster beast. Using his eyes of blue cloud to control it, he brought it to the flat area. This was a black-armored iron bull, equal to a 1-star venerable. The reason Yixing brought this monster beast here was to have it stand guard at his side. Whether it was resting or practicing martial arts, Yixing didn't want to be disturbed. Although there weren't any other monster beasts here, Yixing still had to be on guard. With a 3rd-level monster beast black-armored iron bull standing guard, it would save him a great deal of trouble. With the black-armored iron bull standing guard at his side, Yixing took a nap. After dawn arrived, he ate some food from his storage ring and then took out the black dragon spear. Using the black hole star avatar, he began to practice the dark spirit spear arts. Now Yixing had a half-step true master cultivation and 50% of his celestial essence had been transformed into astral energy. When he used his spear, the spear shadows that erupted turned from energy to astral light. The power behind them was terrifying. With every move he used, the air in front of him would surge. Sand and stones would fly into the air, and wind blades would tear through the air, emitting whistling sounds. Bang! In particular, the dark spirit spear arts was even more terrifying. With a thrust of Yixing's spear, the earth would shake and a layer of the ground would rise up for dozens of meters. Wherever the spear point pointed, a massive crater would appear from the impact of the terrifying strength. Only in this desolate and uninhabited place could Yixing completely let loose. When he practiced the dark spirit spear arts, he had to display his full strength. Only like this could he thoroughly comprehend the dark spirit spear arts and fuse it with the power of his mind, reaching the boundary of perfection. After practicing the dark spirit spear arts 10 times, Yixing began to gasp for breath. He switched to practicing the heavenly bat steps to adjust his physical strength and celestial essence consumption. The first day quickly passed. Yixing could feel that whether it was the dark spirit spear arts or the heavenly bat steps, he had increased his attainments in both. His comprehensions were becoming increasingly profound. The next day, Yixing continued to practice. When he used the dark spirit spear arts, the earth trembled and rumbling sounds filled his ears. The fourth level of heart force had an extraordinary effect on increasing one's martial arts attainments. By noon, Yixing's dark spirit spear arts had successfully broken through to the boundary of perfection. Moo! Yixing was overjoyed. At this time, the black-armored demon bull guarding the edge of the plains suddenly cried out. Chapter 350. The black-scaled demonic bull cried out in warning. Someone or a demonic beast was coming this way. Yixing looked towards the direction of the black-scaled demonic bull. After a short while, a demonic bird crossed a mountain ridge and appeared in Yixing's field of vision, arriving in the sky above the plains. Yixing looked into the distance and his face changed. His eyes suddenly shot out a beam of light. This demonic bird was a level 2 overlord demonic beast, red-tailed eagle, which was equivalent to a half-step enlightened master. What made Yixing's face change was not the red-tailed eagle, but a 2-star enlightened master standing on the back of the red-tailed eagle. In the depths of the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, in the heart of the demonic beast territory, it was a coincidence to see a human martial artist. What was even more coincidental was that Yixing recognized this 2-star enlightened master. 10 days ago, the Falling Star sect was attacked by several enlightened masters, and this person was one of them. Yixing remembered very clearly that he was together with the Flying Cloud sect's Yun Zhanfei. At that time, the enlightened masters and elders of the sect all transmitted the names of these enemies to Yixing. This person was the Flying Cloud sect's elder, Chou Buohong. Yixing never expected that in just 10 days, he would meet one of his enemies, Chou Buohong, in the depths of the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. After a trace of surprise, Yixing's eyes naturally flashed, revealing his killing intent. Chou Buohong rode the red-tailed eagle and quickly flew over. When he saw Yixing, his expression was also surprised, but then he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. In these 10 days, the Flying Cloud sect was pressured by the Sun Moon sect, East Supporting sect, Blood Spectre sect, and Wind God sect to hand over Yun Zhanfei. Otherwise, the Flying Cloud sect would compensate Yun Zhanfei for the treasures he took from Yixing. On Yixing's body, there were 2 high-grade spirit weapons. One was suspected to be a high-grade flying spirit weapon, its value was at least equal to a top-grade spirit weapon. The Falling Star sect master's ring was a middle-grade storage ring, its value was no less than a high-grade spirit weapon. The Flying Cloud sect couldn't afford it even if they lost all their property. Therefore, these days, the Flying Cloud sect was burning with anxiety, looking for Yun Zhanfei everywhere. At the same time, the other sects were also looking for Yun Zhanfei in the Qingyun region. However, there was no news of Yun Zhanfei. Therefore, they suspected that Yun Zhanfei was still hiding in the Qingyun mountain range. For this reason, the Flying Cloud sect dispatched many Daoist masters and elders to search the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. However, how vast was the Azure Cloud Mountain Range? Looking for a person inside was equivalent to looking for a needle in a haystack. Every Daoist master of the Flying Cloud sect was responsible for searching a very large area. Yixing's current location was within the area that Chou Buohong was in charge of searching. Today, Chou Buohong was searching not far away when he was attracted by the commotion caused by Yixing practicing the dark spirit spear arts. He flew over on a red-tailed eagle. However, instead of Yun Zhanfei, he saw Yixing. How could he not be shocked? Seeing Yixing, Chou Buohong instantly understood that the person who was burned to ashes should be Yun Zhanfei. Their previous judgment was completely wrong, ridiculously wrong. However, after the shock, Chou Buohong's mood quickly turned into pleasant surprise. Yixing didn't die. This meant that Yixing's treasures were still on Yixing's body. Furthermore, Yun Zhanfei's mid-grade flying spirit tool was also on Yixing's body. Looking at Yixing, Chou Buohong's eyes were filled with joy as if he was looking at a big treasure. Chou Buohong didn't want to share this big treasure with others. Therefore, when he saw Yixing, he was filled with pleasant surprise and didn't use the communication pearl to inform others. Like Yun Jianfei, he wanted to take all the treasures on Yixing's body. 2 high-grade spirit weapons, a high-grade flying spirit tool, a mid-grade storage ring, and a mid-grade flying spirit tool. With these treasures, he could leave the Qingyun region and live a comfortable life in other places. He could even use these treasures to exchange for heavenly treasures that could increase his cultivation. Even if his potential was exhausted, he could still forcefully become a 3-star sage or even a 4-star sage. In the Star Land, strength represented status. If he became a 4-star sage, he would be a middle sage. How glorious would that be? As for whether he could kill Yixing, Yun Jianfei didn't even consider it. Even if Yun Jianfei died in Yixing's hands, Chou Buohong was still confident that he could kill Yixing. He was a 2-star sage, his strength was far from Yun Jianfei's. Moreover, Chou Buohong didn't believe that Yixing killed Yun Jianfei with his true strength. Yun Jianfei must have underestimated his opponent. Moreover, Yixing must have used some kind of forbidden artifact or array disc that could threaten a sage's life. If Yixing killed Yun Jianfei and used up those treasures, Chou Buohong didn't believe that Yixing would have more. Treasures that could kill a sage were extremely precious. Even Chou Buohong, a 2-star sage, didn't have them. Therefore, even if Yixing had more, it would only be by chance. It was impossible for him to have more than one. The red-tailed eagle stopped 1,000 meters away from Yixing. Chou Buohong stared at Yixing coldly. Yixing also stared back at him coldly. Both of their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. They both thought of each other as a dead man. Before his dark spirit spear art reached the transformation stage, Yixing was already fearless of a 2-star sage after using all his trump cards. Now that his dark spirit spear art had reached the transformation stage, its power was incomparable to the perfect stage. It was comparable to an upper stage spiritual martial art. As for a 2-star sage, it was extremely difficult to cultivate an upper stage spiritual martial art to the initial stage. Yixing believed that even if there was a gap in cultivation, he could make up for it with his martial attainment and comprehension of the heaven and earth. Even if he did not use his 2 trump cards, the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation, Yixing had absolute confidence to fight against a 2-star sage. On the red-tailed eagle, Chou Buohong looked down at Yixing from above and said, "Kid, you are not dead. The person who was burned to ashes was Yun Jianfei. You purposely tore your clothes and scattered them nearby so that we would think that you were dead. We would think that Yun Jianfei had taken all your treasures and ran away. So that we would shift our attention to the dead Yun Jianfei. Then, we would not be able to find Yun Jianfei to prove it. Kid, you are so scheming." Yixing looked at Chou Buohong coldly and said, "Isn't this the result that you want? Why are you pretending to be dissatisfied?" He. Chou Buohong laughed and said, "That's right, this is the result that I want. Kid, you are a smart person. You know what the result will be if you fall into my hands. I will give you a chance to end it quickly so that I don't have to do it myself." Yixing laughed coldly and said, "I'll end it myself? Are you an idiot? Don't tell me that I can't beat you down from that damn bird. Then, I will slap your mouth and break your limbs. Finally, I will use my spiritual weapon to pierce your heart and make a big hole in your body. Or, I will also give you a chance to end it quickly so that I don't have to do it myself. You know what the result will be." Chou Buohong narrowed his eyes and the corners of his eyes twitched. Yixing was more unyielding than he had imagined. Although he knew that Yixing would not commit suicide because of his words, he would at least be afraid. However, he could not see the slightest trace of fear from Yixing. As a 2-star sage, he did not have the slightest bit of prestige in front of an 8-star martial saint. This made Chou Buohong very unhappy. At this time, with Yixing's astral energy locked down, Chou Buohong was unable to see through his specific cultivation. However, 10 days ago, Yixing had just broken through to 8-star martial saint. Chou Buohong naturally thought that Yixing was still an 8-star martial saint. He never imagined that Yixing had already used the star crystal spirit milk produced in the middle-grade star crystal vein to rapidly increase his cultivation to a half-step true sage. Moreover, he was a half-step true sage with 50% astral energy transformed. Of course, even if Chou Buohong knew that Yixing was a half-step true sage, he still had no fear. A half-step true sage could jump ranks and fight a two-star sage. In Chou Buohong's life, in the history of the Clear Sky region, there had never been a monstrous genius with such a heaven-defying combat strength. You are courting death. Chou Buohong leapt down from the red-tailed eagle's back. He took out a middle-grade spirit spear and pointed it at Yixing, coldly saying. Yixing grasped the black dragon spear in his right hand and pointed it at the sky. You dare to use your spear in front of me? Die! Chou Buohong roared out in anger. In that instant, the middle-grade spirit spear in Chou Buohong's hand erupted with a brilliant light. With a flash of light, the air was torn apart and the spear thrust towards Yixing. Thank you brothers for your monthly votes. Chapter 351. Medium-grade spirit martial art, Gale Spear Art. Chou Buohong's Gale Spear Art had already reached perfection. This was a spirit martial art that emphasized speed. Moreover, Chou Buohong's comprehension of the potential of the wind was extremely profound. This increased the speed of the Gale Spear Art. With a thrust of his spear, the distance of 1,000 meters was like a ruler. Although Chou Buohong was confident in himself and looked down on Yixing in terms of strength, because Yun Zhanfei had died under Yixing's hands, Chou Buohong didn't relax his tactics. Instead, he remained vigilant, attaching great importance to this battle. In this spear strike, Chou Buohong had used at least 80% of his strength. Let alone a half-step true master, even a one-star true master would be frightened out of their wits by this spear strike. But Yixing was not an ordinary half-step true master, nor was he someone a one-star true master could compare with. In particular, speed. In this aspect, any early true master could forget about gaining an advantage in front of Yixing. Dark Spirit Spear Art. The black dragon spear in Yixing's hands moved. In an instant, a dark spear light shot out. He used the Dark Spirit Spear Art and thrust out his spear. Chou Buohong's spear was fast, but Yixing's spear was even faster. The two spirit spears were like two needles against each other, their spear points thrusting together. Bang! A terrifying astral collision emitted explosive sounds. In that instant, a mass of energy rapidly spread out in all directions. Yixing and Chou Buohong's bodies shook at the same time. They were sent flying back 100 meters by the impact of this energy before falling to the ground. Wang! The medium-grade spirit spear in Chou Buohong's hands buzzed and trembled. As for the black dragon spear in Yixing's hands, it remained motionless, completely silent. One was a medium-grade spirit spear and the other was a high-grade spirit spear. In a collision of equal strength, it was clear which was stronger and which was weaker. The black dragon spear had dissolved the impact of the collision. Yixing's arm hadn't been impacted by the other's strength. But, Chou Buohong's arm had been impacted by Yixing's spear, causing his arm to feel numb from the shock. Chou Buohong stared at Yixing. His eyes were filled with shock as he exclaimed, he said, half-step true master? This was impossible. You just broke through to 8-star martial sage 10 days ago. In just 10 days, how could you break through again and become a half-step martial sage? Yixing's eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he said, impossible? Whether you believe it or not, the truth is the truth, just like your life. Even if you don't want to believe it, you can't change the fact that you will die today. Chou Buohong's eyes burned with anger as he shouted, hiding your cultivation, you must have hidden your cultivation before. No wonder you were able to kill Yun Zhanfei. It turns out that you are a half-step enlightened being, and your strength is not any weaker than a one-star enlightened being. However, in front of me, Chou Buohong, your strength is not enough. Who instantly, Chou Buohong's aura surged. He circulated his astral energy to the limit, wanting to go all out against Yixing. Before this, Chou Buohong thought that 80% of his strength would be enough to kill Yixing. However, through the exchange just now, he had already tested out Yixing's strength. If he didn't go all out, there was no hope of killing Yixing. Facing Chou Buohong's surging aura, Yixing's expression was indifferent as he said, "A 2-star enlightened being is only a so-so. You are much weaker than I thought. Did you think that I went all out just now? I only used 60% of my strength to play with you." Yixing's aura also skyrocketed. The grand force of wind, the grand force of fire, and the grand force of darkness, the 3 grand forces of heaven and earth, caused Yixing's aura to be even stronger than Chou Buohong's. Chou Buohong's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of astonishment. A half-step enlightened being could actually release such a terrifying aura. This was simply more terrifying than most of the 2-star enlightened beings he had met. At this moment, cracks began to appear in Chou Buohong's confidence in winning. He regretted not notifying the other enlightened beings. If he were alone, it would be difficult for him to swallow up all the treasures on Yixing's body. Now, Chou Buohong wanted to notify the others, but Yixing wouldn't give him the time. He shouted, "You also want to try my spear? Dark Spirit Spear Art, Flash of Light." This spear was the manifestation realm Dark Spirit Spear Art. It had reached perfection. With the minute wind force added on, its speed reached the extreme. With the minute fire force and darkness force added on, its might was terrifying to the extreme. With a whoosh, a light flashed and the black dragon spear arrived in front of Chou Buohong. Compared to Chou Buohong's Gale Spear Art, this spear was much faster and much stronger. As this spear arrived, Chou Buohong's heart tightened. A cold sweat dripped down his back as he felt a fatal threat. Chou Buohong's figure was like a bolt of lightning. He drew backwards, the medium-grade spirit spear in his hands thrusting forwards. Bang, 2 spears collided. With a loud explosive sound, energy exploded outwards. Chou Buohong's body shook and his retreating speed doubled as he shot backwards for over 1,000 meters. As for Yixing, he only paused for a moment. He didn't take half a step back. He used the heavenly bat steps and his figure flashed like a bolt of lightning. The black dragon spear erupted with a brilliant dark spear light once more as it thrust towards Chou Buohong. Dark Spirit Spear. Yixing shouted out loud. He used the Dark Spirit Spear Art's ultimate killing move. The dark spear light shot forwards, occupying Chou Buohong's entire field of vision. The manifestation realm Dark Spirit Spear Art contained the rhythm of the Tao. Its moves were like divinity, possessing an unfathomable might. Even if it was a 1-star enlightened being whose cultivation was higher than Yixing's, in front of Yixing's spear, they still wouldn't have the strength to resist. They would instantly die. Chou Buohong was a 2-star enlightened being. Beneath this spear, he also felt an intense sense of death. However, the strength of a 2-star enlightened being was far from what a 1-star enlightened being could compare with. In front of this spear, a 1-star enlightened being had no ability to resist. A 2-star enlightened being. Chou Buohong bit down on the tip of his tongue. The pain caused him to instantly awaken from the illusion of divinity. However, the black dragon spear was already close to his throat. Chou Buohong didn't have time to use his spear skills to resist. He could only instinctively block with his spear. Clang! The black dragon spear's spear point ruthlessly struck the middle-grade spirit spear shaft, emitting a loud explosive sound. A terrifying strength instantly sent Chou Buohong flying backwards. Chou Buohong spat out a mouthful of blood as he shot backwards for over 1,000 meters. Whoosh! As Chou Buohong was still retreating, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows, turning into a star surrounded by a hurricane. This was a wind attribute astral image. Its star force surged, and from its intensity, it could be considered a high-grade astral image. Chou Buohong had used his astral image, but he didn't launch a counterattack against Yixing. Instead, he followed the strength of Yixing's spear and fled into the distance. Beneath the cover of the Hurricane Astral Image's Wind Star Force, Chou Buohong's speed doubled. Astral wind turned into wings and he rapidly glided through the air. His speed was at least twice as fast as when he rode the red-tailed eagle. At the same time, Chou Buohong took out the speed communication bead. Yixing's strength was far too formidable, causing him to be frightened out of his wits. As for Yixing's treasures, he no longer had the courage to take them all for himself. He had to notify the other enlightened beings so that they could besiege Yixing. How could Yixing give Chou Buohong the chance to notify the others? His lips curled up and a pair of blue wings instantly sprouted from his back. These weren't wings condensed from astral essence, but a true flight-type spirit artifact. Moreover, they were a top-grade flight-type spirit artifact, the Azure Cloud Wings. At this time, Yixing was striving to stop Chou Buohong as quickly as possible. Naturally, he had to erupt with his maximum speed. With a flap of the Azure Cloud Wings, Yixing instantly turned into a beam of light, vanishing from where he stood. Chou Buohong's speed was fast enough, nearly reaching the speed of a third-level monster bird. But, compared to Yixing's speed when he used the Azure Cloud Wings, he was far too slow. He was at least twice as slow. In the blink of an eye, Yixing crossed several miles and appeared behind Chou Buohong. The black dragon spear in his hands emitted an intense dark spear light that ruthlessly stabbed towards Chou Buohong's back. Chou Buohong grasped the medium-grade spirit spear in one hand and the speed communication bead in the other. He had already activated the Azure Cloud Stars to activate the speed communication bead. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill from behind him. His heart trembled as he felt the aura of death. At this time, Chou Buohong didn't have time to speak. He quickly looked behind him and his hair stood on end. He saw that Yixing's black dragon spear had already pierced towards his back. Chou Buohong's astral essence erupted to the limit. His body was covered in a layer of flames and his astral essence was already burning. His speed erupted as he wanted to avoid this spear. But even so, Chou Buohong's speed was still inferior to Yixing's spear. In that instant, an icy chill penetrated his heart. Chou Buohong didn't feel any pain. But as he looked down, he saw that the spear point had pierced through his chest. Chapter 352. As Chou Buohong saw the spear point in his chest, he realized that he had been pierced through by this spear. Because this spear was too fast, even though it pierced through Chou Buohong's body, he didn't feel any pain. It was only at this moment that he saw the spear point pierce through his chest, dripping with blood. Only then did he feel the intense pain that came from his body. Chou Buohong opened his mouth wide and cried out in fear. But, his throat wasn't able to emit any shrill sounds. All he could do was emit a hoarse roar. The black dragon spear had pierced through Chou Buohong's heart. This was a fatal wound. Chou Buohong's vitality rapidly faded away and he didn't even have the time to cry out. Blood gushed out from Chou Buohong's mouth. In just several breaths of time, his head tilted to the side and he died. In the skies, Yixing's blue cloud wings spread open behind him. He calmly stood in the void, grasping the black dragon spear and thrusting forwards. The spear point pierced through Chou Buohong's body, fixing his corpse in the air. Even as Chou Buohong died, his eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness. When he fought Yixing, he didn't lower his guard because he underestimated Yixing. But, it couldn't be denied that he had underestimated Yixing far too much. It was because he underestimated Yixing that he thought Yixing was only a genius of the younger generation, someone who hadn't stepped into the sage realm yet. It was impossible for him to be a match for a two-star sage like him. Thus, when he saw Yixing, he didn't notify anyone. Instead, he wanted to kill Yixing and take all the treasures for himself. Ultimately, this had led to his own death. In truth, Yun Zhanfei dying under Yi Xing's hands was a very bad omen. This should have caused Chou Buohong to place more importance on Yi Xing and avoid a one-on-one battle with Yi Xing as much as possible. Unfortunately, Chou Buohong was attracted by the treasures and wanted to take all of Yi Xing's treasures for himself. Thus, he made an irrational move and naturally had to bear serious consequences. Yi Xing put away the black dragon spear and Chou Buohong's corpse fell from the skies. The black dragon spear shook and a cold light flashed on the spear point, leaving not a single drop of blood on it. When Yi Xing landed on the ground, he retracted his azure cloud wings and collected Chou Buohong's storage ring and mid-grade spirit spear. With a wave of his hand, he burned Chou Buohong into ashes with the star fire. Chou Buohong, you're not the first, and you won't be the last. East Fu sect, Flying Cloud sect, Blood Spectre sect, Divine Wind sect, and Sun Moon sect. Just you wait. It won't be long before I uproot all of you. This is the price you have to pay for attacking my Falling Star sect. Seeing Chou Buohong turn into ashes, Yi Xing said coldly. In the distance, Chou Buohong's red-tailed eagle flapped its wings and flew away. Yi Xing took out the purple firmament bow and a purple gold arrow. With a single shot, the arrow cut through the void for several miles and instantly struck the red-tailed eagle's head, instantly killing it. Yi Xing waved his hand towards the distance. The third-level monster beast, the black-armored iron bull, quickly ran over to the red-tailed eagle's corpse and began to enjoy its meal. Yi Xing continued to practice his martial arts. The dark spirit spear art had already reached the manifestation boundary. What he needed to practice next was the heavenly bat steps and the 4 divisions arrow art. Wind potential had a great effect on the cultivation of the heavenly bat steps. In addition to the 4th level of heart force, it didn't take long for his attainments in the heavenly bat steps to reach the manifestation boundary. With the heavenly bat steps reaching transcendent perfection, Yi Xing was no longer constrained by the situation. Every step he took had a terrifying speed. Speed was his advantage to begin with, and now it had risen to another level. As for the 4 symbols arrow technique, because Yi Xing's heart force was closely related to the art of archery, it was a piece of cake for him to cultivate it. In less than 2 days, he had reached the transformative stage. When one's martial arts reached the manifestation boundary, they were no longer constrained by the moves. Each of their moves contained unpredictable power. Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art, heavenly bat steps, and 4 divisions arrow art had all reached the manifestation boundary. Compared to when he had just reached the half-step enlightened person, his strength was incomparable. After reaching the manifestation boundary of the 4 divisions arrow art, Yi Xing continued to practice the upper-tier spiritual martial art, Flame Dipper Fist. As an upper-tier spiritual martial art, the Flame Dipper Fist was much harder to practice than middle-tier spiritual martial arts such as the Dark Spirit Spear art. However, Yi Xing had the help of the super brain. His body had already formed the Star Dipper and he also had the 4th level of heart force. Thus, he was able to practice the Flame Dipper Fist very quickly. 3 days later, Yi Xing stopped practicing the Flame Dipper Fist. His attainment in the Flame Dipper Fist had far surpassed the small success stage. He was only 1 step away from the greater success stage. However, the greater success stage of the upper-tier spiritual martial art required too much of the Star Dipper. It was not that Yi Xing could not comprehend it, but his cultivation was too low. At the half-step enlightened person level, it was basically impossible for him to break through that last step. Thus, he could only give up for now. As long as Yi Xing's cultivation broke through to the Star Dipper realm, the greater success stage of the Flame Dipper Fist would follow naturally. Yi Xing sat on the ground and took out a big piece of frost python meat from his storage ring. He pierced it with a lower-tier spiritual sword. Then, he waved his hand and ignited the star fire on the ground. He placed the frost python meat on top of the star fire and started to roast it. In the past few days, Yi Xing had been practicing martial arts and eating the dry food he had brought with him. Today, After he had finished practicing all the martial arts, Yixing's appetite had been aroused. He was preparing to roast some frost python meat for a big meal to reward himself. Yixing's star fire was extremely tyrannical. The frost python meat could not come in contact with the star fire directly, or else it would be burned to ashes. It could only be roasted on top of the star fire and let the heat slowly roast it. Not long after, oil dripped from the frost python's meat, emitting an appetizing aroma. The frost python meat was a natural top-grade ingredient. It did not need any seasoning. When roasted, it was already an exceptional delicacy. Soon, the frost python meat was roasted until it was golden and shiny. The aroma assailed the nostrils. Yixing was already salivating when he smelled the aroma. Whoosh! Yixing waved his hand and put away the star fire. The frost python meat had been completely roasted. Looking at the roasted frost python meat, Yixing's eyes lit up. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and prepared to enjoy the delicious meal. Smells so good, good food. Yixing was about to eat when a voice suddenly came from behind him. It was mixed with the sound of someone sniffing. Yixing heard the voice and his hair stood on end. He turned his head and saw that a bearded man with long hair and a bare upper body had appeared behind him at some unknown time. This man looked like a barbarian. He had a strong body and was 2 meters tall. His 2 arms were like a normal person's thighs. His muscles bulged like dragons. His entire person was filled with a sense of wildness and power. Whoosh! Yixing instantly shot up. Like a flash of light, he rushed forward several hundred meters. This barbarian-like strong man had actually appeared behind Yixing without making a sound. This made Yixing's hair stand on end. The black-armored iron bull didn't sound a warning. This meant that it didn't notice the barbarian's arrival. This barbaric man was able to evade the black-armored iron bull's vigilance, and was even able to silently appear behind Yixing. If he didn't make a sound, Yixing wouldn't have been able to detect him. This caused Yixing to be extremely shocked and scared. What kind of cultivation did this barbaric man have? If this barbarian had wanted to harm him, he could have launched a sneak attack from behind and killed Yixing in an instant. Yixing turned around and looked at the barbarian from afar. He asked, "Who are you?" The barbarian cracked a smile. "Huh. You don't have to be afraid. I don't have any evil intentions. If I did, you would have been dead before you could even sense my presence." The barbarian spread his hands, indicating that he was talking about something big. Even so, Yixing was still scared. He used his super brain to scan the barbarian, but he couldn't detect his cultivation. The barbarian saw that Yixing was very vigilant. He said, "I was cultivating in seclusion in the dark canyon, comprehending the power of darkness. I smelled the fragrance of your barbecue. Huh. It's too fragrant. My favorite thing in this life is delicious food. Although I only smelled the fragrance, I can guarantee that the barbecue in your hand must be a peerless delicacy." After saying that, the barbarian realized that he hadn't answered Yixing's question. He said, "I'm He. He Biao. You can call me He Biao. I want to eat the peerless delicacy in your hand. Of course, I won't eat it for free. I'll use my collection of peerless wine to exchange with you. How about it?" He Biao raised his hand and a dark green bottle appeared in his hand. It was about 3 inches tall. Yixing looked at the dark green bottle and thought, how much wine can such a small bottle hold? He Biao saw Yixing's expression and said, "Don't look down on my wine bottle. Hee, even if it's a house full of wine, it can still hold it all. I'm about to leave the Qingyun region and expand the map to the entire Truxian domain. The 9 great sects and the sects in other regions have a lot of new settings and new characters. Then, I have to use the plot to connect these new settings, sects, and characters. It's very troublesome and I'm stuck in a very miserable situation. Moreover, Some readers said that the plot isn't good recently. This made me even more flustered. I don't know what to write next. Sweat. Yesterday and today, I've been thinking hard about the plot for the next 2 days. Now, I've finally straightened it out a little. How is it going? When it's done, please verify it. I'll update 1 chapter today. I won't use the previous chapters to make up for the missing chapters. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Adding chapters is adding chapters. Making up for the missing chapters is making up for the missing chapters. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Your support is the motivation for me to work hard. Thank you. Chapter 353. Yi Xing was shocked. The green wine bottle in He Biao's hand was actually a spatial treasure. Storage rings were the most common type of spatial treasure. The only spatial treasure Yi Xing had ever seen was a storage ring. However, the storage ring space was not big. A low-grade storage ring space was only 1 meter in length, width, and height. It could not store many things. A mid-grade storage ring was 100 times more precious than a low-grade storage ring. Its space was also 100 times larger. It was about 5 meters in length, width, and height. It could store a large room's worth of things. He Biao said that the green wine bottle in his hand could store a room's worth of wine. A room must have more than 1 room. The space was probably bigger than a mid-grade storage ring. It was very extraordinary. Of course, Yi Xing's super brain could not detect He Biao's cultivation. This was enough to prove that he was not an ordinary person. It was normal for him to have extraordinary treasures on him. During the grand tournament of the 10 sects, Yi Xing was able to scan the cultivation base of the 4-5 celestial enlightened masters of the northern 4 sects. It was obvious that He Biao's cultivation base was higher than the northern 4 sect leaders. According to Yi Xing's inference, He Biao was at least a high-level enlightened master. He could be called an esteemed master. In the entire True Xian domain, an esteemed master stood at the pinnacle of the martial arts world. Of course, an esteemed master was Yi Xing's lowest estimation of He Biao. He Biao's cultivation should only be higher. He might even be a venerable. However, Yi Xing obviously did not believe that this savage He Biao in front of him was a venerable. Not to mention in the Qingyun region, even in the entire True Xian domain, venerables were legends. Yi Xing did not believe that he would meet a venerable in the Qingyun mountain range. He Biao did not have any malice towards Yi Xing. This made Yi Xing feel relieved. His expression changed from panic to calmness. Yi Xing tossed the roasted frost python meat over to He Biao and said, "There's no need for Senior to exchange wine for this frost python meat. If Senior insists on exchanging, then why don't you tell me where Dark Gorge is? I want to comprehend the force of darkness as well." Yi Xing heard an important point from He Biao's words. He Biao said that he comprehended the darkness force in the dark canyon. Yi Xing's grand force of wind and grand force of fire had long since stepped into the initial stage of force, the advanced stage. This was especially true for the grand momentum of wind, which was already quite a distance away from the realm of intricacy. Only Yi Xing's dark force was still at the first level of force, which was still a bit away from the subtle realm. If Yi Xing could comprehend the dark force to the minute subtlety realm, then the dark spirit spear art, as a dark martial art, would definitely have a huge increase in power. Yi Xing's strength would also increase by another level. Yi Xing was not someone who liked wine. He naturally wanted to comprehend the power of darkness more than coveting the fine wine in He Biao's hands. He Biao took the frost python meat and put it in front of his nose to smell it, revealing a look of enjoyment. After sniffing a few times, He Biao revealed a very satisfied expression and said, "Good meat, huh? Exceptional meat." While talking, He Biao took out a dagger. With a swoosh, he cut the frost python meat into 2 halves. He Biao threw half of it to Yi Xing and said, "I'll bring you to the dark canyon. I'll also give you the fine wine to drink. One person happy is not as good as two people happy. Come, let's drink fine wine while eating good meat. Yi Xing took a step forward. Several hundred meters were like a square foot. He arrived in front of He Biao in one step and said, "Deference is no substitute for obedience." "Many thanks, Senior." Sigh. He Biao. I'm called He Biao. Within the 4 seas, all are brothers. Meeting is fate. Don't call me Senior, Senior. Let's drink wine together and eat meat together. We're brothers. Just call me He Biao. He Biao was clearly someone who did not care about status and seniority. Otherwise, in the martial arts world, based on cultivation and seniority, he was at least a high-level true master. In front of Yi Xing, he could totally be considered a senior. While talking, He Biao took out a large container. It was a wine cup as white as jade. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on the wine cup. It looked very noble. The white jade wine cup was more than 4 inches tall. It was more than an inch taller than the dark green wine bottle. However, He Biao picked up the dark green wine bottle and poured it into the wine cup, filling it to the brim. It could be seen that the dark green wine bottle was indeed a spatial treasure. The space inside was much larger than the size of the bottle. He Biao handed the wine cup filled with fine wine to Yi Xing and said, "Come, come, come. This is my collection of exceptional wine, drunken immortal wine. It was brewed by a master winemaker over 100 years. Good meat must be accompanied by good wine. Come. What's your name? Let's drink. I'm Yi Xing." "Many thanks, brother He Biao." Yi Xing took the wine cup. As an earthling, he did not have a strong sense of hierarchy. Since He Biao did not consider himself as a senior, Yi Xing naturally would not insist on being a junior and treat him as an equal. When one was outside, one should eat less of other people's food and drink less of other people's wine. Yi Xing had been in the Star Continent for almost 2 years. He naturally knew this. However, he took the wine cup from He Biao and did not hesitate. Instead, he directly drank a mouthful of wine. With He Biao's strength, if he wanted to harm Yi Xing, he did not need to use underhanded methods like poisoning the wine. He could just do it directly. Yi Xing would not be able to resist at all. Therefore, Yi Xing did not have any suspicions. He drank the wine in a free and easy manner. As the wine entered his mouth, it slid down his stomach. Yi Xing's heart was immediately filled with an extremely comfortable feeling. His mind shook, and in an instant, Yi Xing's perception suddenly increased by a large level. He could clearly sense the movement of the wind, the movement of the grass, and the movement of the insects around him. Yi Xing had only experienced this feeling in the dark world because of the black hole astrology. But now, just by drinking a mouthful of wine, he actually reached such a state. It could be seen that the wine he drank was indeed extraordinary. Yi Xing let out a long breath and praised, "Good wine. This wine actually has such an effect. It's much more precious than my frost python meat." The frost python meat was only delicious. In terms of benefits, it could not be compared to the Zui Xian or wine. Although the frost python meat was a priceless treasure, this was only relative to foodies who focused on taste. To the vast majority of cultivators, the Zui Xian wine had such a miraculous effect and was much more precious than the frost python meat. Even though Yi Xing was also a foodie who liked good food and paid attention to taste, he also thought that the Zui Xian wine was more precious than the frost python meat. He Biao also drank a mouthful of the Zui Xian wine and then ate a big mouthful of the frost python meat. His eyes suddenly lit up. That feeling was as if his soul had been upgraded. After swallowing the frost python meat, He Biao's expression was still in a state of excitement. After a while, he said, "Good meat, it's really good meat. I, He Biao, have never eaten such good meat in my life, Yixing, you're wrong, very wrong. Although the Zuixian wine is good, compared to this meat, it's a far cry, haha. For He Biao, although the Zuixian wine was precious, he had a lot of it and had drunk a lot of it. It no longer had the effect of increasing his perception like the first time he drank it. Therefore, although the Zuixian wine was good, in He Biao's eyes, it was just a good wine that he could drink at any time. But the frost python meat was different. The first time he ate it, the feeling of eating it was almost like his soul had been upgraded. It was refreshing to the extreme. For a foodie who paid attention to taste, this was simply a priceless treasure. He Biao was a foodie who paid attention to taste. The frost python meat to Yixing was like the Zuixian, or wine to He Biao. It was something that could be eaten at any time. Therefore, they naturally felt that the other's food was better. Yixing drank the Zuixian, or wine, while eating the frost python meat. He also felt as if his soul had been upgraded. Compared to just eating the frost python meat, it was indeed much more delicious. Moreover, with He Biao accompanying them, the two of them drank and ate while chatting. They felt incomparably happy, and it was much more refreshing than when they were eating alone. Just as He Biao said, it was better to have two people happy than one person happy. Yixing swallowed a piece of frost python meat and drank a mouthful of the Zuixian, or wine. Then, he burped loudly and said, "Brother He Biao, are you from the 9 great sects?" According to Yixing's knowledge, only the 9 great sects of the true Xian domain had high-level star realm masters. 9 great sects? Oh. You mean the 9 great sects of the true Xian domain? He Biao, who was eating the frost python meat, was stunned. He immediately reacted and shook his head, "I'm not from the true Xian domain. My sect is the Dark Star sect. It's located in a very distant place. Today, my wife went to the hospital for a checkup. I only have time to write at night, so I can only maintain 2 chapters. The missing chapter will be filled tomorrow. The heavenly arrow god will also welcome its first ban. My brain is getting worse and worse. A few days ago, I decided to go to the hospital today. I had already forgotten about it last night. I sleep late, usually after midnight. I also wake up late in the morning. Today, my wife woke me up at 7 in the morning. I don't even know why I woke up so early. Damn, I was scolded. Thank you brothers for your support. I saw your comments in the book review section. Also, thank you rich readers for your support. In the last few days of this month, I will work hard to explode. Chapter 354. The Dark Star sect was definitely famous in the Star Continent. It was a superpower that could rival the Great Yuan dynasty. However, the Qingyun region was too small compared to the entire Star Continent. Not many people knew about the Dark Star sect. Even though it was the ruler of the Star Continent, the number of people who knew about it was even fewer. If it was some perfected masters who had ventured outside, they might know about the Dark Star sect. However, Yixing didn't know much about the Star Continent. He didn't even know about the Great Yuan dynasty, so how could he know about the Dark Star sect? Therefore, when Yixing heard about the Dark Star sect, his expression was normal. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, without any ripples. Yixing drank a mouthful of Zuixian wine and said, "Since the Dark Star sect is very far from here, why did Brother He Biao come to the Qingyun mountain range to cultivate? I was in the Qingyun region, but I didn't know about the Dark Canyon in the Qingyun mountain range to participate in the Dark Force." He Biao swallowed a piece of frost python meat and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, the Qingyun mountain range and the Dark Star sect are quite close. The founder of the Dark Star sect once walked out of here and later founded the Dark Star sect." Yixing's expression froze, and he said, "Your esteemed cult's founding ancestor must be an extremely powerful figure, right? Has there ever been such a strong person in the Azure Cloud Mountain range? When did this happen?" He Biao was at least a perfected master. In Yixing's opinion, the sect he came from was at least at the same level as the 9 great sects of the true Xian region, or even higher. The founders of the 9 great sects were at least peak perfected masters, or even legendary honorables. Therefore, it could be inferred that the founder of the Dark Star sect was at least at this level. The Qingyun mountain range was desolate and uninhabited. However, 1,500 years ago, there was a superior one-star sect in the Qingyun mountain range. Yixing couldn't help but wonder if the founder of the Qingyun mountain range was an expert who walked out of the Qingyun mountain range and founded the Dark Star sect. He Biao said, "The founder of our Dark Star sect is naturally powerful. About 2,000 years ago, our founder walked out of the Green Cloud mountain range. However, he did not stay in the Green Cloud mountain range. Instead, he traveled the world. 100 years later, he established the Dark Star sect. 2,000 years ago, the Azure Cloud sect still existed." Yixing was even more certain that the founder of the Dark Star sect was an expert from the Azure Cloud sect. However, what he did not expect was that the Dark Star sect was a power that could rival the Great Yuan dynasty. It was a 3-star power, far from what the Blue Cloud sect, a 1-star power, could compare with. A powerhouse from the Blue Cloud sect could establish a 3-star sect? This wasn't completely impossible. If this expert was a king-grade genius, after walking out of the Emerald Cloud sect, he would travel the world and eventually become a king who stood at the peak of the entire star continent. It would be reasonable for him to establish a 3-star sect. However, this was only a theoretical possibility. For a king-grade genius to appear in a 1-star sect, not to mention 10,000 years, it would be hard to come by even in 100,000 years. Moreover, if an expert from the Emerald Cloud sect stepped onto the peak of the star continent, became a king of a generation, and established a 3-star sect, then the Emerald Cloud sect, as the place where he came from, would definitely benefit from it. With the help of a king-grade genius and a 3-star sect, the Emerald Cloud sect could easily become a 2-star sect. However, 1,500 years ago, when the Emerald Cloud sect was destroyed, it was still a 1-star sect. This did not make sense. If Yixing knew how powerful the Dark Star sect was, he would definitely deduce that the founder of the Dark Star sect did not come from the Emerald Cloud sect. However, he now thought that the Dark Star sect was a power on the same level as the Emerald Cloud sect. Yixing did not get to the bottom of the matter. He believed that the relationship between the Emerald Cloud sect and the Dark Star sect was not shallow. Mentioning the destroyed Emerald Cloud sect was obviously impolite. Yixing did not continue to ask He Biao, but He Biao asked Yixing, "Which sect are you from? At such a young age, you have the cultivation of a half-step perfected person. Even in the entire star continent, you are considered pretty good. In the true Xian domain, you should be a first-rate genius." Yixing's heart trembled. Those who had seen the world were indeed different. He was not even 18 years old and was already a half-step perfected person. This had already far surpassed the younger generation of the Emerald Cloud sect. Even in the entire true Xian domain, there were very few who could be compared to him in the younger generation. Even if they could beat him, they would definitely be over 20 years old. At his age, there was probably no genius in the true Xian domain who could reach the cultivation of a half-step perfected person. However, according to He Biao, among the geniuses in the entire star continent, Yixing was only considered pretty good. Of course, He Biao was only talking about cultivation. He was not clear about Yixing's strength. In terms of strength, to be able to kill a 2-star perfected person before the age of 18, he was also a first-rate genius in the entire star continent. "I am a disciple of the Falling Star sect." Sigh. When Yixing mentioned his face suddenly revealed a disappointed expression. He then told He Biao about how the Falling Star sect had been annihilated by the other sections. He Biao sighed and said, "Whether it is a sect or an individual warrior, it is a cycle of life and death. When there is life, there is death. No matter how powerful a warrior or a sect is, there will be a day when it will be annihilated. The world of warriors is so cruel. In order to survive in this world, we can only follow the rules of this world. If someone kills your family, you will kill him. If a sect destroys your sect, you will destroy that sect. Yi Xing, we will drink wine and eat meat together. We are brothers. If you have any difficulties, I can help you. However, you have to take back your dignity. You have to avenge your hatred. Yi Xing nodded and said, "Of course. Brother He Biao, I have already drunk your wine. If you take me to the Dark Canyon, it will be the greatest help to me. In 2 months, the Young Hero Assembly will be held. The reward for first place will be something I need. I have to increase my strength as much as possible to participate in the Young Hero Assembly." He Biao was puzzled. You are indeed a top genius in the true Xian domain. However, you are still too young. It is not easy to get first place in the Young Hero Assembly. I wish you good luck. After drinking the wine and eating the meat, He Biao stood up and clapped his hands. "Come with me to the Dark Canyon. I hope you can gain something." The Dark Canyon was only a few dozen miles away from the place where Yi Xing practiced martial arts. Yi Xing followed He Biao and soon arrived at the Dark Canyon. This was a canyon that was about 1,000 meters long and dozens of meters wide. Although it was daytime, the canyon was dim and it was difficult to see the bottom. Perhaps this was where the name of the Dark Canyon came from. Yi Xing scanned with his super brain and saw through the darkness of the canyon. He saw the bottom of the canyon, which was about 100 meters deep. The power of darkness in the Dark Canyon is very strong and of a very high level. How much you can comprehend will depend on your perception. You drank the drunken immortal wine for the first time. It should have a great effect on your perception and perception. Before the effect of the wine wears off, it is the best time to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. He Biao stood beside the Dark Canyon and said to Yi Xing. Then, he jumped into the Dark Canyon. He Biao's voice came from the bottom of the canyon. "I am going into seclusion to comprehend. Don't disturb me. You can leave whenever you want." He Biao was attracted by the fragrance of the frost python meat. His heart itched and he stopped comprehending. All his previous efforts were wasted. Now that he was full, he was ready to go into seclusion to comprehend. He hoped to comprehend the power of darkness to perfection as soon as possible. Yi Xing also entered the Dark Canyon. He sat cross-legged and sensed the aura of darkness around him. With He Biao beside him, Yi Xing did not use the black hole astrology. Instead, he relied on his own perception to comprehend. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths, soon, more than 10 breaths passed. Yi Xing could not sense the slightest bit of the power of darkness. It was as if this was an ordinary canyon. If He Biao had not brought him here, Yi Xing would not have known that this was a suitable place to comprehend the power of darkness. However, because of He Biao's example, even if Yi Xing could not sense the power of darkness, he continued to calm his mind and focus on comprehending the aura around him. Time ticked by. An hour had passed, but Yi Xing still hadn't sensed the power of darkness. However, Yi Xing's heart was as calm as still water. He continued to sense it. Since He Biao could comprehend the power of darkness here, there must be something. After nearly 2 hours, Yi Xing finally gained something. Chapter 355. When Yi Xing sensed the darkness around him, he felt as if he had entered a world of darkness. Everything around him was pitch black. He couldn't even see his fingers if he stretched them out. This scene was similar to Yi Xing using the black hole astrology. However, the world of darkness created by the black hole astrology was like Yi Xing's sense of touch. Yi Xing could clearly sense everything within a radius of 10 miles in this world of darkness. But now, the world of darkness was like a prison. It sealed off Yi Xing's vision and senses. Yixing couldn't see or sense anything in the darkness around him. What a terrifying darkness! Yixing was startled. He immediately understood that the reason he couldn't sense the darkness wasn't because there wasn't any in the canyon, but because the darkness in the canyon was too high level. With Yixing's level of comprehension of the darkness, it was very difficult to sense it. In the clear sky area, Yixing's understanding of the force of darkness was absolutely one of the best. Even he found it difficult to sense the force of darkness in the dark canyon. Naturally, other martial artists, even Dao masters of the older generation, wouldn't be able to sense it. Therefore, the martial artists in the clear sky region didn't know that there was a dark canyon in the clear sky mountain range where one could comprehend the darkness. Perhaps someone had come to this canyon before, but to the martial artists in the clear sky region, this was just an ordinary canyon. No one would care about it. Yixing was overjoyed. With his perception, as long as he comprehended the darkness, it was impossible for him to gain nothing. The darkness in the canyon was so high level. It was very likely that he would be able to comprehend the darkness to the minute subtlety realm here. As time passed, Yixing's senses slowly seeped into the surrounding darkness. Yixing's understanding of the dark force had reached an extremely profound level in the first stage. He was not far away from the second stage, which was the hyperfocus realm. This would be of great help to him in comprehending the dark force in the dark canyon. Time passed day by day. Yixing's comprehension of the dark force in the dark canyon increased day by day. Compared to the speed of martial arts cultivation, Yixing's comprehension of the dark force was extremely slow. However, the comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth obviously could not be discussed together with the cultivation of martial arts. The difficulty of the two was on a completely different level. Many true masters below the 7th level of the astral realm could train their upper-class spiritual martial force to the great completion. However, very few could comprehend the heavenly force to the subtle realm. Especially for a special heavenly force like the dark force, it was even more difficult to comprehend. Compared to Yixing's cultivation, Yixing's comprehension of the dark force could be described as advancing at a tremendous pace. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, as Yixing's understanding of the force of darkness grew deeper and deeper, Yixing's sensing range in the surrounding world of darkness grew wider and wider. 10 days later, he could sense 5 meters away. 20 days later, he could sense 10 meters away. 25 days later. Yixing's comprehension of the force of darkness finally showed a qualitative improvement. His mind moved, and his entire body emitted a strong qi of darkness. His force of darkness had broken through the small completion and entered the subtle realm. Yixing's sensing range in the surrounding world of darkness suddenly increased and extended to 30 meters away. Within 30 meters, the darkness was like Yixing's sense of touch. It was clearly sensed by Yixing. In the middle of the canyon, He Biao was surprised when he sensed the qi of darkness emitted by Yixing. The force of darkness has reached the subtle realm. Good kid, he is only a half-step true master, but he can comprehend the force of darkness to this extent. He is even more monstrous than I expected. Yixing's comprehension of the force of darkness was beyond He Biao's expectations. He Biao thought to himself, even in the Dark Star sect, there are only a handful of geniuses who can comprehend the force of darkness to the subtle realm when they are only half-step true masters. Such a monstrous genius is actually hidden in a small place like the Qingyun region. I wonder how strong he is and what his potential is. Could he be a true dragon? He Biao opened his eyes and his eyes lit up. Originally, he wasn't interested in the true Xian region's young hero assembly. However, because of Yixing, he was interested. It's still early. I will go and take a look when the young hero assembly begins. He Biao thought to himself and closed his eyes again. He continued to comprehend the force of darkness. His force of darkness was only one step away from perfection. However, this last step was extremely difficult to cross. With my cultivation, the force of darkness has already reached the subtle realm. It is extremely difficult to improve it further. There is only a month left before the young hero assembly. I should be on my way. Yixing thought to himself. He did not disturb Heibiao and left the dark canyon. From the black armored iron bull's consciousness, Yixing found out about the nearby territories of some powerful demonic beasts. About 1,000 miles away, there was a demonic beast equivalent to the 3-star venerable, the silver-winged demonic condor. The silver-winged demonic condor was the descendant of the golden-winged demonic condor king. It was a rank 3 demonic beast. After reaching adulthood, most of the demonic beasts would become early rank 3 demonic beasts. Could it be because Wei Qingxian possesses a constellation? If that's the case, then I possess the Sagittarius constellation. Wouldn't that make me a target for the Daiyuan dynasty? Yixing thought that if he revealed his Sagittarius constellation, he would probably end up like Wei Qingxian and be listed as a target for the Daiyuan dynasty. What he did not know was that in reality, he was the true target of the Daiyuan dynasty. He was the demon star that the Daiyuan dynasty had mentioned. Sai, the falling star sect and the spirit moon sect were annihilated within a month. The world of martial artists is indeed cruel. If one does not have enough strength, one would be in a precarious situation. Yixing was touched, and his desire to become stronger grew even stronger. Other than the annihilation of the spirit moon sect, the flying cloud sect did not have it easy either. Because of Chou Buohong's death, the flying cloud sect came up with another explanation. Yun Zhanfei was dead, but Yixing was not. The Sun-Moon sect and the other sects believed this explanation. However, they did not believe it verbally. Under the pressure of the Sun-Moon sect and the other sects, the Flying Cloud sect had to compensate a large amount of star crystals and spirit weapons. Under the intervention of the Tian Luo sect, the Sun-Moon sect withdrew their hands from the 6 southern sects. The East supporting sect was unable to take down the Falling Star sect's final fortress. The southern part of the Azure Cloud Mountain range was temporarily peaceful. However, Yixing knew that this peace would not last for long. When he returned, the Azure Cloud region would be turned upside down. Chapter 356. The silver-winged demonic eagle was flying high up in the sky. Yixing sat on the eagle's back. Since he had nothing to do during the journey, he was comprehending the knowledge of arrays that Venerable Qingyun had left in his mind to improve his attainment in arrays. Even if it was only flying during the day, the silver-winged demonic eagle could travel close to 100,000 miles in a day. On the second day, Yixing left the Qingyun region. At night, Yixing would sometimes stay in a hotel in the town to rest. He would ask around for directions to ensure that he was not going the wrong way. Sometimes, he would hide in the wings of the silver-winged demonic eagle and make do for the night. 10 days later, Yixing finally arrived at his destination, Nine Heaven City. Nine Heaven City was the biggest city in the True Xian region. Although the 9 high sects were not located here, the headquarters of the 9 Sect Alliance was located in Nine Heaven City. The 9 Sect Alliance controlled the entire True Xian region. No sect in the True Xian region dared to disobey their orders. Above them, the 9 Sect Alliance obeyed the 2-Star Empire and the 2-Star Empire obeyed the 3-Star Empire. In the Star Continent, there was only one dynasty, and that was the Great Yuan dynasty. In theory, an order from the Great Yuan dynasty could be passed down through the layers, and it was sufficient to command the entire world. Of course, this was only in theory. In reality, there were sects in the Star Mainland that the Great Yuan Empire could not command. For example, the Dark Star sect. If the Dark Star Church didn't listen to the Great Yuan dynasty's orders, there would naturally be other sects that followed suit. However, one thing was for sure, the sects that didn't listen to the Great Yuan dynasty's orders were all hidden forces of the Star Continent. They couldn't openly appear in the world. Even a sect as strong as the Dark Star sect that fought against the Great Yuan Empire could only live in the shadows. They did not dare to reveal their stronghold to the public. Otherwise, they would be destroyed by the Great Yuan Empire. The Dark Star sect's martial artists had to hide their identities when they traveled the world. If they were exposed, they would be killed by the Great Yuan Empire. The 9 high sects of the True Xian region were all open forces that obeyed the Great Yuan Empire's orders. As the headquarters of the 9-sect alliance and the biggest city in the True Xian region, 9 Heaven City was extremely majestic. It covered a radius of 1,000 miles and had a population of over 100 million. Yixing stood on the back of the silver-winged demonic eagle and looked at 9 Heaven City from the sky. The 9 Heaven City was divided into the inner city and the outer city. The 300 miles radius of the inner city was where the 9-sect alliance's headquarters were located. It was shrouded by a formation, and other than the 9 high sects' martial artists, no one else was allowed to fly in the sky. The outer city surrounded the inner city, and the area was much larger. More than 90% of the city's population was in the outer city area, and it was divided into 4 districts: north, south, east, and west. The eastern district was a super big market. There were businesses owned by the various sects of the true mystic domain. There were weapon pavilions, elixir pavilions, array pavilions, and other shops that sold weapons, elixir pavilions, array discs, as well as all kinds of material stores. There were also various markets such as auctions, caged battle arenas, slave markets, and so on. The South District was a place of accommodation and entertainment. There were inns, hotels, restaurants, teahouses, brothels, and other buildings everywhere. The west side of the city was where some of the local sects and sects of the 9 Heaven City were stationed. Needless to say, there were some small sects, and many of them were 1-star sects. The stronger ones were even comparable to 1-star sects. The North District was the slums. Some of the 9 Heaven City's local residents and wandering martial artists lived in this district. It was a mix of good and bad people. Yixing rode on the silver-winged demon eagle and flew directly into the South District. At the center of the South District, there was a 7-story inn that was dozens of meters tall. Yixing looked at the entrance of the inn. 7 Treasures Inn. Outside the 7 Treasures Inn, there were a few waiters, and all of them were martial sages. In the Fallen Star Kingdom, martial sages were legends to ordinary martial artists. In most of the cities, there were no martial sages. Even in the county cities, there were very few martial sages. Most of them were ordinary martial artists, and there were even some who had not stepped into the martial Tao. However, in the 9 Heaven City, everyone that Yixing saw was at least a Star Vortex Realm martial artist, and all of them were martial sages. In the 9 Heaven City, Star Vortex Realm martial artists were called Star Marquis, and martial sages were the names given to Star Vortex Realm martial artists in the remote Qingyun region. Young hero, do you want to stay or have a meal? This inn provides first-class accommodation and food service. We also have professional demonic beast caregivers to take care of your pet beast. Seeing Yixing and the silver-winged demon eagle walking up, one of the waiters outside the 7 Treasures Inn walked out and welcomed Yixing. At this time, there were other martial artists who came to the 7 Treasures Inn, and the other waiters also went up to welcome them. If it was in the Fallen Star Kingdom, martial sages would be scared half to death if they saw a grade 3 demonic beast. However, although this waiter took a few more glances at the silver-winged demon eagle, his expression was very calm. It was obvious that he had seen many grade 3 demonic beasts, so it was not strange. Accommodation. Yixing nodded to the waiters. The waiters bowed and said, "Young hero, please come in. Your demonic beast, please follow me. I will bring it to the demonic beast area." For the sake of the other guests in the inn, demonic beasts are not allowed in the food and accommodation area. I hope young hero can understand. Yixing patted the silver-winged demon eagle and gestured for it to follow the waiters. He walked directly into the Seven Treasures Inn. The first floor of the Seven Treasures Inn was a spacious hall. On both sides of the hall, there were many tables with many martial artists seated. Most of them were Star Vortex Realm Marquises, but most of them were high-level Star Vortex Realm Marquises. Yixing booked a superior room at the front desk. There was still about a month before the Young Hero Assembly began, so Yixing booked it for a month. The accommodation in the Seven Treasures Inn wasn't cheap. The superior room cost 500 low-grade star crystals a day. In addition to the care of the demonic beast, it cost 600 low-grade star crystals a day. A month would cost 18,000 low-grade star crystals, and the food would be calculated separately. In the Qingyun region, if an ordinary half-step perfected one stayed in the Seven Treasures Inn for a month, their hearts would bleed. However, to Yixing, this was nothing. He had received 300,000 low-grade star crystals as a reward during the 10-sect tournament, and all of them were with him. Moreover, Lu Tianyuan had given him the sect master's gift, which contained a few thousand mid-grade star crystals. Before he left the star crystal mine, Zishan Ho and Gu Tianshang had given Yixing tens of thousands of mid-grade star crystals. 10,000 mid-grade star crystals were equivalent to 1,000,000 low-grade star crystals. Yixing wasn't an ordinary wealthy person. His wealth was equivalent to that of an ordinary sect. Among the astral realm perfected ones, there were only a handful of perfected ones below the 4-star level who were wealthier than him. Esteemed guest, your room is number 707. You are staying in this inn. You can head to the second floor for your meal. The beautiful receptionist at the front desk of the inn said as she received Yixing's low-grade star crystals. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Yixing. Yixing nodded and went up to the second floor. The rooms were from the third floor onward. The first and second floors were for dining. However, compared to the first floor, the decorations on the second floor were obviously more elegant and luxurious. Moreover, there were many private rooms on the second floor. The tables in the hall on the first floor couldn't be compared to them. Yixing wasn't in a hurry to go to room 707. Instead, he sat down by a window on the second floor. He ordered a gourd of good wine and a few good dishes, and started to enjoy them alone. As it was his first time here, Yixing was unfamiliar with the Nine-Heaven City. There were many guests on the second floor of the inn, and many of them were astral realm perfected ones. Yixing wanted to listen to the news and broaden his horizons. Inns and restaurants had always been places for people of the underworld to chat. If one wanted to listen to news, this place was the best place to go. Yixing condensed his astral energy in his ears, and his hearing was extremely sensitive. As long as he listened carefully, he could hear what the other party was talking about as long as they didn't intentionally lower their voices. After listening carefully for a while, Yixing realized that most of the martial artists in the inn were talking about the Young Hero Assembly. The most relevant thing about the Young Hero Assembly was the younger generation geniuses participating in the Young Hero Assembly. When talking about the younger generation geniuses of the true Xian region, they would definitely talk about the Earth Profound ranking. There are new geniuses in every generation. The new generation will surpass the old. The number of perfected ones in this generation of the true Xian region's younger generation is more than 20. It can be said to be the most in 1,000 years. Yeah. Last year, there were only 10 perfected ones on the Earth Profound ranking. This year, there were 10 more perfected ones. More than 20 perfected ones appeared on the Earth Profound ranking in the same generation. Such a grand event only happened 1,000 years ago. I heard that other regions are also producing young geniuses. The Great Yuan dynasty allowed the entire continent to hold a competition among the younger generation. They have mobilized the martial Dao fate of the entire continent. Indeed. Every 1,000 years, there will be a golden age. The current era is a golden age for the entire star continent. The plot transition is not easy to write. Today, I can only update twice. The plot of the Nine Heaven City is unfolding. I will definitely update 3 times tomorrow. Thank you for your support and understanding. Chapter 357. Yixing found out that the 9 sect alliances had gathered the younger generation of the true Xian region for the Young Hero Assembly because of the Great Yuan dynasty's order. Through the discussions of the crowd, Yixing also gained a rough understanding of the Star Continent. The Star Continent was extremely vast. Just the land area alone was hard to describe. It was more than 100 million miles. Moreover, the Star Continent wasn't an entire continent. It was a collective name for the 5 continents, separated by a vast ocean. The 5 continents were called the Middle Sky Continent, East Divine Continent, South Divine Continent, West He Divine Continent, North Tranquil Continent. Among them, the Middle Sky Continent was the largest. Its area was comparable to the other 4 continents combined. It was the most powerful region in the Star Continent. The ruler of the Star Continent, the Great Yuan dynasty, was located in the Middle Sky Continent. The Great Yuan dynasty occupied half of the Middle Sky Continent. Its area was larger than any of the other 4 continents combined. As for the other half of the Middle Sky Continent, it was the territory of the 12 affiliated empires of the Great Yuan dynasty. These 12 affiliated empires were all upper-rank empires. Any one of them could dominate a region in the other 4 continents. Compared to the Middle Sky Continent, the East Divine Continent was much smaller and more fragmented. Unlike the Middle Sky Continent, which only had 1 dynasty and 12 empires, it was divided into 108 regions and countless countries. The East Divine Continent was divided into 36 major regions and 72 minor regions. Regions with 2-star sects were called major regions. Regions with 1-star sects were called minor regions. The true Xian region was one of the 72 lower regions. Within the region, there were no 2-star sects with honorable realm experts. As for the other 3 regions, no one talked about them in detail. Yixing estimated that the situation was similar to the East Divine Continent. A year ago, Yang Gang from the Tiangang sect was the only one on the Earth Profound ranking. He was a 3-star spiritual master, and he was ranked first on the Earth Profound ranking. This year, Meng Ji and Bai Tsang, who were ranked 2nd and 3rd on the Earth Profound ranking, had also broken through to the 3rd level of the Star Realm. I wonder if Yang Gang will be able to keep his first place on the Earth Profound ranking after the Young Hero Assembly. The Boundless Sects Meng Ji and the White Bone Gates Bai Tsang are both disciples of the 9 great sects. After breaking through to the 3rd Star Enlightened Master Realm, their strength must have improved greatly. However, Yang Gang is also a disciple of the 9 great sects. He reached the 3rd Star Enlightened Master Realm a year earlier than the 2 of them. Keeping the first place on the Earth Profound ranking shouldn't be a problem. Currently, there are only 3 3-star Enlightened Masters on the Earth Profound ranking. Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Bai Tsang's top 3 positions should be unshakable. However, many new Enlightened Masters have risen this year. I'm afraid that the top 10 positions of the Earth Profound ranking will change quite a bit. In my opinion, the one with the biggest change should be the Earth Fiend sect's genius disciple, Wuxia. He was originally ranked 10th on the Earth Profound ranking. Although the Earth Fiend sect is not one of the 9 superior sects, it is still a first-rate force in the 9 heaven city other than the 9 sect alliances. When Wuxia was a 1-star Enlightened Master, he was already invincible among his peers. He even defeated a 2-star Enlightened Master once. Furthermore, his ranking on the Earth Profound ranking even surpassed the Golden Sword sect's 2-star Enlightened Master disciple, Mu Ziyue. I heard that Wuxia's cultivation has already broken through to the 2nd level of the Astral Realm and became a 2-star Enlightened Master. He. I wonder how many 2-star Enlightened Masters from the 9 great sects are his match. Is this true? Wuxia broke through to the 2-star enlightened master realm? It should be true. Then that's terrifying. Wuxia's battle strength is heaven-defying. I'm afraid that there are very few enlightened masters who are his match. I estimate that Wuxia will very likely rush to the 4th place on the Earth Profound ranking. Over the years, the top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking has always been occupied by the disciples of the 9 great sects. The other sects rarely have a genius who can enter the top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking in the past 100 years. When Wuxia was a 1-star enlightened master, he was already able to enter the 10th place on the Earth Profound ranking. This is already very impressive. If he rushes to the 4th place, TSK. This should break the record of the Earth Profound ranking in the past 1,000 years. Actually, other than Wuxia, there's another person who is also very frightening. His ability to challenge those of a higher level is even greater than Wuxia's. Furthermore, he's extremely young, not even 20 years old. I know who you're talking about. Is it the genius disciple of the Golden Sword sect, Mu Xiaoyue? Yes, it's Mu Xiaoyue. He's not even 19 years old, but he's already half a step into the enlightened master realm. Furthermore, his sword arts have reached perfection. He's comprehended the grand force of metal to the minute realm. He has defeated many 1-star enlightened masters and is known as the #1 genius of the true Xian region in the past 1,000 years. His reputation as a genius is even above Wuxia's. His battle prowess is indeed more heaven-defying than Wuxia's. If Mu Xiaoyue breaks through the astral realm and becomes a 1-star enlightened master, with his battle prowess, he might be able to defeat a 2-star enlightened master. That's a sure thing. Furthermore, I've received news that Mu Xiaoyue has already broken through the astral realm and become a 1-star enlightened master. His ranking on the Earth Profound ranking should skyrocket and rush into the top 10. He might even trample the few 2-star enlightened masters on the Earth Profound ranking under his feet. TSK. A 19-year-old 1-star enlightened master. Looks like Mu Xiaoyue will shine in this young hero assembly. I wonder if he can defeat Shui Yan of the Fire Cloud sect when he's still a 1-star enlightened master. Shui Yan's cultivation is at the peak of the 2nd level of the astral realm and he's ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking. Mu Xiaoyue has just broken through to the 1-star enlightened master, while Shui Yan is at the peak of the 2nd level of the astral realm. He's not far from breaking through to the 3-star enlightened master. Shui Yan is the strongest among the younger generation of the 2-star enlightened masters. Mu Xiaoyue's chances of defeating him are not high. If Mu Xiaoyue can really defeat Shui Yan, then he can compete with Wuxia for the new 4th place on the Earth Profound ranking. Yixing focused his astral energy into his ears. While he was pondering, he not only heard the reason why the young hero assembly was being held, but he also heard the news of many young geniuses in the true Xian domain. Currently, among the young geniuses in the true Xian domain, the 3-star enlightened masters, Yang Gang, Meng Zhi, and Bai Tsang, were the strongest. They occupied the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places on the Earth Profound ranking. Furthermore, Yang Gang was in the Big Dipper sect, Meng Zhi was in the Boundless sect, and Bai Tsang was in the White Bone sect. They were the 3 strongest sects in the true Xian domain's 9 high sects. However, the cultivators in the inn were not talking about Yang Gang, Meng Zhi, and Bai Tsang. Instead, they were talking about Wuxia and Mu Xiaoyue, the 2 geniuses who could fight above their level. Wuxia was a disciple of the Earth Fiend sect. Although the Earth Fiend sect was not one of the 9 high sects, it was a top 1-star medium sect. It was a local force in the 9 Heavens city. In the true Xian domain, other than the 9 high sects, the Earth Fiend sect's strength could be said to be one of the best. Although they were both 1-star medium sects, the Azure Cloud region's 4 northern sects, the Tian Luo sect and the Dark Nether sect did not even have a 6 stars enlightened master. The Sun Moon sect and the Blue Thunder sect only had 1 6 stars enlightened master each. As for the Earth Fiend sect, they had as many as 3 6-stars enlightened masters. The Earth Fiend sect's strength was stronger than the 4 1-star medium sects of the Azure Cloud region combined. Wuxia was invincible in the astral realm. He even had the battle record of challenging someone above his level. The sect behind him was also very powerful. Naturally, he was very famous. Moreover, his cultivation had broken through to the second level of the astral realm this year. During the Young Hero Assembly, there would probably be many 2-star enlightened masters who were ranked higher than him on the Earth Profound ranking. Naturally, he would be the talk of the town. However, the most talked about person was not Wuxia, but Mu Xiaoyue of the Golden Sword sect. As the saying went, there was always someone better than you. There was no better genius, only the most talented. Mu Xiaoyue was a monstrous genius of the younger generation who was even more talented than Wuxia. He was known as the #1 genius of the true Xian domain in the past 1,000 years. Before the age of 19, Mu Xiaoyue had already become a half-step enlightened master and had defeated many 1-star enlightened masters. A half-step enlightened master defeating a 1-star enlightened master. This kind of battle record was even more shocking than Wuxia's. Moreover, Mu Xiaoyue was 19 years old and had already broken through to the astral realm to become a 1-star enlightened master. Wuxia had only broken through to the 1-star enlightened master when he was 20 years old. He was now 22.5 years old and had only reached the 2-star enlightened master realm. In terms of cultivation, Wuxia was superior to Mu Xiaoyue because of his age. If they were in the same age group, Wuxia would be inferior. As a result, Mu Xiaoyue naturally became the hot topic of the Young Hero Assembly. This Young Hero Assembly was related to the change of the Earth Profound ranking. All the warriors of the true Xian domain wanted to know how Mu Xiaoyue, the #1 genius of the true Xian domain in the past 1,000 years, would shine in the Young Hero Assembly. Chapter 358. Apart from Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Baicang, who stood in the top 3 of the Earth Profound ranking, as well as Wentian and Mu Xiaoyue, who had heaven-defying battle prowess, Yixing had more or less heard some news about the other young geniuses. Yixing already knew a lot about the geniuses at the top of the Earth Profound ranking. There was no need to talk about the top 3. Shuai, ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking, a 2-star enlightened master, a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, one of the 9 great sects. Nan Xinyue, 5th on the Earth Profound ranking, a 2-star enlightened master, and a disciple of the Flying Rainbow sect, one of the 9 high sects. Du Feiyun, ranked 6th on the Earth Profound ranking, a 2-star spiritual master, and a disciple of the Flowing Wind sect, one of the 9 great sects. Shidu, ranked 7th on the Earth Profound ranking, a 2-star spiritual master, and a disciple of the Spirit Snake sect, one of the 9 great sects. Mu Xiaoyue was one of the most dazzling geniuses of the younger generation. All of the martial artists on the second floor of the inn gradually shifted the topic of discussion to Mu Xiaoyue. There were endless debates about whether Mu Xiaoyue could defeat Shuai, who was currently ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking. Shuai is definitely no match for Mu Xiaoyue. A youth with a sword on his back fiercely slammed his fist on the table. His expression was somewhat excited as he said, Mu Xiaoyue is a monstrous genius of the true Xian region that hasn't appeared in 1,000 years. His swordsmanship has reached perfection. Now that his cultivation has broken through to the astral realm, who among the 2-star enlightened masters can match him? How could Shuai have the qualifications to be his opponent? If the two of them were to fight, Mu Xiaoyue would definitely be able to defeat him with a single strike. Mu Xiaoyue was a sword Dao powerhouse, and so was this young man with a sword on his back. It was obvious that he worshipped Mu Xiaoyue very much. When he heard some people say that Mu Xiaoyue was inferior to Shuai, he became excited. The Fire Cloud sect was ranked 4th among the 9 high sections. It was only inferior to the Heavenly Dipper sect, Boundless sect, and White Bone sect. As a genius disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, Shui Yan naturally had no lack of warriors fawning over him. The sword-bearing youth had said that Mu Xiaoyue could defeat Shui Yan with a single sword strike, which made many people dissatisfied. A middle-aged man at the first level of the astral realm said, "What does a brat know? He only knows blind worship. Mu Xiaoyue is indeed powerful. When he breaks through to the astral realm, he can defeat many 2-star enlightened masters. However, young Master Shui Yan is only one step away from breaking through to the 3rd-star enlightened master. He is the strongest 2-star enlightened master. Mu Xiaoyue is definitely not a match for young Master Shui Yan. This middle-aged man was a rogue cultivator who did not belong to any sect. He had worked as a waiter in the Nine Heavens City and received benefits from the Fire Cloud sect. Later on, he broke through to the astral realm and became a perfected person by chance. He then became a guest elder of a small sect in the Nine Heavens City. Among the martial sages in the Nine Heavens City, he could be considered a legendary figure. There were many ordinary people in the Nine Heavens City who didn't belong to any sect. They relied on their own efforts and luck to make a name for themselves. Some of them became high-level star marquises, some became half-step enlightened masters, and some even became enlightened masters with a lifespan of 200 years. Countless ordinary martial sages in the Nine Heavens City treated the achievements of these rogue enlightened masters as their lifelong goal. However, although this 1-star enlightened master was a legendary figure among the rogue martial sages in the Nine Heavens City, he was nothing compared to the cultivators in the world of sections. The Fire Cloud sect and the Golden Sword sect were existences that he looked up to. However, he had received benefits from the Fire Cloud sect in the past, so his words naturally sided with the Fire Cloud sect. At the same time, he did not smear Mu Xiaoyue's name. He was sure that Mu Xiaoyue was a genius, but he did not think that Mu Xiaoyue could defeat Shui Yan. That's right. Shui Yan is at the peak of the 2nd level of the astral realm. Although Mu Xiaoyue is powerful, he has just broken through to the astral realm. He shouldn't be a match for Shui Yan. On the 2nd floor of the inn, many cultivators were saying this. They believed that Mu Xiaoyue was powerful, but they did not believe that Mu Xiaoyue was so powerful that he could defeat Shui Yan. When his idol was questioned, the young man became even more agitated. His face turned red. The young man stood up and said loudly, "I saw with my own eyes that Mu Xiaoyue defeated a 2-star enlightened master when he was a half-step enlightened master. Now that Mu Xiaoyue has broken through to the astral realm, even Shi Xiangxia is no match for Mu Xiaoyue, let alone Shui Yan. This is getting more and more ridiculous. A half-step enlightened master defeated a 2-star enlightened master, haha. Young man, you must be joking. You mean that Mu Xiaoyue has broken through to the astral realm and can fight with a 3-star enlightened master? What nonsense. Young man, you're way too stupid. You're daydreaming right now." The young man's words did not gain the approval of the cultivators. Many of them roared with laughter. There were even some martial artists who had remained neutral in the debate between Mu Xiaoyue and Shui Yan, but at this moment, all of them were laughing at the sword-bearing youth. A half-step enlightened master defeated a 2-star enlightened master? What a joke. None of the cultivators believed the young man's words. They all thought that he was bragging. But there was one exception. Yixing's eyes lit up as he looked at the young man. Others might not believe that a half-step enlightened master could defeat a 2-star enlightened master, but he did. If what the young man said was true, then Mu Xiaoyue's strength should be much stronger than what everyone thought. If a half-step enlightened master could defeat a 2-star enlightened master, then it was entirely possible for a 1-star enlightened master to defeat a 3-star enlightened master after breaking through to the astral realm. In Yixing's heart, Mu Xiaoyue was an opponent on the same level as Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Bai Cang. In this young hero assembly, Yixing's goal was to obtain the resurrection elixir as the reward for first place. Naturally, he wanted to compete with the strongest young geniuses in the true Xian domain. Yixing knew very well which of the younger generation were the most powerful geniuses in the true Xian region. Who is boasting shamelessly and insulting my senior brother Shuiyan? Just as the cultivators were mocking the young man, a woman's voice came from the stairs. Following the voice was a scorching aura. The voice was extremely angry. All the cultivators on the second floor of the inn looked towards the stairs. If the person addressed Shuiyan as senior brother, then she was definitely a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. A disciple of one of the 9 high sects that could travel outside was no ordinary person. Some of the cultivators glanced at the young man. The person who came was a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. With an angry voice, the young man was probably going to suffer. Dong! 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 Footsteps were heard. A few seconds later, 2 beautiful women walked up to the second floor. The eyes of the cultivators on the second floor lit up. The woman walking in front was wearing a fiery red short skirt. She looked to be in her early 20s, and her 2 slender white legs were exposed. The woman behind her was wearing tight black clothes with a few black spiders embroidered on it. She looked to be a few years older, but her figure was even hotter. The exquisite curves of her body were perfectly outlined, especially the clothes that covered her chest. There was a palm-sized tear in it, and her towering breasts pushed the tear open, revealing 2 snow-white hemispheres. The 2 beautiful women were at the first level of the astral realm. The woman in the short skirt in front had a terrifying aura that emitted a scorching aura. The person who spoke was obviously her. It's her, the other genius disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, Yen Lin. She is ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking and is also an incredible genius. She is also one of the participants of this young hero assembly. In the inn, someone recognized the woman in the fiery red short skirt and exclaimed softly. As for the woman in black with her chest exposed, more people recognized her, the Black Widow of the Earth Fiend sect. She is a vicious woman. Although she is over 25 years old and has stepped down from the Earth Profound ranking, she was once ranked in the top 20 of the Earth Profound ranking. The Fire Cloud sect disciple, Yen Lin, glanced sharply at the cultivators on the second floor and said, "Who is the one who insulted my senior brother Shuiyan? Stand out." All the cultivators looked at the young man with a sword on his back. Some were gloating, and some were sighing. The young man with a sword on his back walked out and said, "I was the one who said it, but I did not insult Shuiyan. I was telling the truth. When Mu Xiaoyue was a half-step enlightened being, he really defeated a 2-star enlightened being. I saw it with my own eyes. Shuiyan, he really is not Mu Xiaoyue's opponent." The young man with a sword on his back stuttered. His forehead was covered in sweat. Obviously, under the pressure of Yen Lin's powerful aura, the young man with a sword on his back was nervous. Yen Lin stared at the young man with a sword on his back. She squinted her eyes and revealed a terrifying aura. "Where are you from? Which sect?" Chapter 359. The young swordsman was startled and said, "Azure River Region, Eternal River Sect." Hearing the young swordsman's reply, Yen Lin's expression turned cold. Although she was emitting a hot aura, it made people feel a chill. Yen Lin glanced at the black-clothed beauty who'd walked over to her side and said, "A mere disciple of a low-rank first-star sect dares to speak rudely to senior brother Shuiyan? Senior brother Shuiyan isn't someone you can criticize. Black Widow, teach him a lesson." "No problem, Yen Lin." Ha ha ha. Black Widow swayed her slender waist, the 2 snow-white hemispheres in front of her chest shaking. She walked towards the young swordsman and said, "Kid, you just insulted my Earth Fiend sect senior brother Wuxia. Huh. Tell me, how should I punish you?" The young swordsman was not even 20 years old, but he had the cultivation of an 8-star martial saint. In an inferior one-star sect, he was definitely a genius among geniuses. However, no matter if it was Yen Lin or Black Widow, they did not put this genius in their eyes. An inferior one-star sect was not worth mentioning when compared to the Fire Cloud sect and the Earth Fiend sect. Many warriors showed pity in their eyes. This young swordsman could be the most monstrous genius in his sect in the past few hundred years, or even in history. But now, they had angered the disciples of the Fire Cloud Martial School and the Earth Fiend Martial School. If the martial school behind them was a one-star martial school, perhaps Yen Lin and the Black Widow would give them some face. But for a one-star martial school, the two of them did not care at all. The young swordsman obviously did not expect that he would get into trouble because of speaking the truth. Although the Black Widow who was walking towards him was very beautiful, and the two snow-white hemispheres in front of her chest were very attractive, he did not have the slightest intention of admiring them. Instead, he felt a little scared. The young swordsman could not help but take a step back and said, I was speaking the truth. I did not mean to offend Shui Yan and Wuxia. If my words made you angry, I will apologize to you. Sorry, I really did not mean to offend you. Sorry. Black Widow walked to the front of the young swordsman and patted his shoulder, saying, Look at how scared you are. Am I so scary? I dote on you. As she spoke, the Black Widow's palm slid down the arm of the sword-carrying young man. The corners of her mouth curled up, and her lips suddenly turned dark purple, revealing a devilish smile. At the same time, the Black Widow's fingernails turned dark purple and suddenly grew by more than an inch. Then, with a smile on her face, the Black Widow grabbed the arm of the sword-carrying youngster. Her 5 black-purple fingernails pierced into the arm of the sword-carrying youngster. Ah! The youth with the sword on his back suddenly screamed miserably. His arm suddenly emitted a burst of black gas. The Black Widow was indifferent to the screams of the swordsman. She still had a smile on her face and said, Scream louder, scream louder. If your voice satisfies me, I will let you go. Looking at the screaming youth with a sword on his back and the smiling Black Widow, all the warriors on the second floor felt a chill in their hearts. Many martial artists shuddered, not daring to look again as their hearts trembled. Killing someone is nothing more than a nod of the head. He only said a few words that made you unhappy. Moreover, it might not have been a lie. The punishment you gave him should be enough. Yixing said as he saw the youth with the sword on his back scream miserably and a black gas appear on his face. He couldn't stand it any longer. Many martial artists looked at Yixing. If he dared to speak out at this time, wouldn't he be inviting trouble? Some martial artists secretly praised him for his courage, and some martial artists coldly snorted, calling him an idiot. The Black Widow looked at Yixing with a smile and said, Yo. It's a handsome young man. Do you also want me to dote on you? As her voice fell, the Black Widow flung her hand and the youth with the sword on his back flew in front of Yixing. Bang, the table in front of Yixing was smashed into pieces by the youth with the sword on his back. Wine and dishes spilled all over the floor. Whoosh, a sword light flashed. The arm of the youth with the sword on his back was instantly cut off from his shoulder. Yixing didn't support the youth with the sword on his back. Instead, he took out a spirit weapon treasure sword and instantly slashed out. The arm of the youth with the sword on his back had already turned a deep purplish black. He had been deeply poisoned. Even the body of the youth with the sword on his back had turned black. His entire body began to emit a black gas. His eyes had turned white and he wasn't far from death. Yixing immediately took out a detoxification spirit pill and fed it to the youth with the sword on his back. The youth with the sword on his back had been poisoned in his arm. The Black Widow's poison was extremely potent. If the arm wasn't cut off, Yixing's detoxification spirit pill wouldn't have been able to cure the poison in the youth's body. However, with the arm cut off, the source of the poison was gone. Yixing's detoxification spirit pill immediately showed its effect. The black gas on the youth's face dissipated and his condition improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. The smile on the Black Widow's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold intent. Her eyes were like the eyes of a venomous snake as she stared at Yixing. "You dare to save someone that I, the Black Widow, want to kill?" The Black Widow's voice was bone-chilling and revealed a murderous intent. Yixing was still different from the martial artists of the Star Continent. Among the martial artists present, some were gloating and wouldn't save the youth with the sword on his back. Although some were lamenting in their hearts, they didn't dare to save the youth with the sword on his back. In short, they didn't save him. However, Yixing had to speak up when he saw someone he couldn't stand. When he saw someone on the verge of death, he had to save them. This was his personality as a human from Earth. If he chose to be weak and numb because of that little bit of fear in his heart, this wasn't Yixing's personality. On Earth, Yixing had lived an upright life. On the Star Continent, he was going to live an upright life. Yixing ignored the Black Widow and didn't even look at her. Instead, he sealed a few of the youth's acupoints to speed up his body's absorption of the detoxification elixir and increase the speed of detoxification. "Kid, I'm talking to you." The Black Widow's tone was still cold. "Thank you. You have to be careful." The youth with the sword on his back regained consciousness and said to Yixing. Yixing nodded at the youth with the sword on his back and stood up. He looked at the Black Widow and said, "Who do you think you are?" "I, your father, save people if I want to. Do I need your approval?" The Black Widow wanted to kill the youth with the sword just because he said something that made the two women unhappy. One could imagine how vicious her heart was. Yixing had already angered her by saving the youth with the sword on his back. Even if he apologized to them like the youth with the sword on his back, the Black Widow wouldn't spare him. The result would be the same as the youth with the sword on his back. He would be scratched by the Black Widow's poisonous claws and poisoned to death. Since that was the case, why would Yixing have to wrong himself and beg for mercy from her? Naturally, he would do as he wished. Whatever he wanted to say, he would say it without any scruples. However, Yixing's words gave the martial artists on the second floor a fright. Although the martial artists couldn't see his cultivation, they could see that he was only 17 or 18 years old. At such an age, how much cultivation could he have? Daring to speak to the Black Widow like that was simply courting death. The Black Widow's eyes revealed a cold light. Her face revealed a demonic smile as she stared at Yixing and said, "You dare to speak to sister like that? Do you want to die?" The more she smiled, the more dangerous it became. Her lips began to turn purplish black and her nails began to change color and grow longer. Yixing coldly looked at the Black Widow and said, "If I apologize to you, will you let it go?" The Black Widow said, "You wish." Yixing laughed and glanced at the youth with the sword on his back and said, "Then that's it. Your reaction won't stop here. My end will be his end. Why should I be polite to you, you vicious slut?" When the crowd heard Yixing's words, they carefully thought about it and realized that it made sense. Not to mention apologizing, even if he begged for mercy, the Black Widow might not spare him. Then, he might as well be unyielding and curse at her. However, the logic was easy to understand. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have dared to follow Yixing's example. In their hearts, they still hoped that begging for mercy would allow them to be forgiven. If they were unyielding, they would definitely die. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The Black Widow's lips had completely turned purplish black and her nails had become purplish black and long. They emitted a black aura and were clearly poisonous. As her voice fell, the Black Widow threw herself at Yixing. Whoosh! Yixing's figure flashed. In an instant, he was as fast as a phantom and the Black Widow threw herself at empty air. Pa! At this moment, there was a crisp sound. Yixing didn't seem to have left at all and appeared at his original spot. As for the Black Widow, a blood-red handprint appeared on her face as she was sent flying by Yi Xing's slap. Catch up. I'm finally done catching up. I'll start tomorrow. Seeking recommendation tickets. Chapter 360. 7 Treasures Inn, 2nd floor. The Black Widow was sent flying by Yi Xing's slap, crashing into the tables and chairs on the floor. All the martial artists quickly retreated. At this moment, the 2nd floor was dead silent. All the cultivators looked at Yi Xing in horror. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They were shocked at Yi Xing's guts. He actually dared to slap an Earth Fiend sect disciple in 9 Heavens City. They were in disbelief because they couldn't believe Yi Xing's strength. He looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old, even younger than the youth with the sword on his back. He was actually able to send a 1-star enlightened master, Black Widow, flying with a slap. When Yi Xing made his move, his aura was exposed. Only then did the martial artists see Yi Xing's cultivation, half-step enlightened master. This made the martial artists even more shocked. A 17 or 18-year-old half-step enlightened master sent a 1-star enlightened master flying with a slap. This was simply another Mu Xiaoyue. Furthermore, Yi Xing had used a sword to cut off the youth's arm. This made them mistakenly think that he was Mu Xiaoyue. But when they thought about it, they realized that he wasn't. Mu Xiaoyue had already broken through the astral realm and became an enlightened master, while Yi Xing was only a half-step enlightened master. Furthermore, Yi Xing was obviously younger than Mu Xiaoyue. Mu Xiaoyue was already 19 years old, while Yi Xing was still a month away from turning 18. You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me? The Black Widow, who was sent flying, climbed up and touched her burning face as she screamed. At the same time, Yan Lin, who came with her, also released a terrifying aura that locked onto Yi Xing. In terms of looks, Yan Lin, who was wearing a fiery red short skirt that revealed her slender white legs, was even prettier than the Black Widow. However, Yi Xing didn't even look at her. She was the same as the Black Widow, both of them had the heart of a snake and scorpion. For this kind of woman, even if she stood naked in front of him, Yi Xing wouldn't even look at her. At most, he would spit on her. Yi Xing looked at the shrieking Black Widow and said, "That's right. You wanted to kill me, so how could I dare to hit you? I must have been too nervous just now, so my hands and feet didn't listen to me. Come, try again. Let's see if I still dare to hit you." As he spoke, Yi Xing hooked his finger at Black Widow. Yi Xing's mocking words made the martial artists smile involuntarily. Whether it was his hands or his mouth, this young man was merciless. The Black Widow looked at Yi Xing furiously. Her snow-white breasts heaved up and down violently. However, she did not have the courage to continue attacking Yi Xing. "You will pay the price." Black Widow's face twisted as she cursed Yi Xing. Yan Lin walked towards Yi Xing and said, "Brat, how dare you? What's your name? Where are you from? Which sect are you from?" Yi Xing looked at Yan Lin and said, "It's none of your business." Yan Lin's face turned green as she asked, "Do you know who I am?" Yi Xing said, "I don't know, and I'm not interested to know." Yan Lin snorted and said, "My name is Yan Lin, a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. I'm 22 years old, and I'm at the peak of the 1st level of the astral realm. I'm ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking. The top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking were all enlightened masters at the 2nd level of the astral realm. Yan Lin was ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking, which meant that her strength was definitely at the top among the 1-star enlightened masters. Even if she wasn't at the peak of the 1st level of the astral realm, her strength was still first-rate among the 1-star enlightened masters. Although the Black Widow was once in the top 20 of the Earth Profound ranking, she was only ranked 19th at the highest. Yan Lin was only 22 years old. She still had 2 years to rush up to the Earth Profound ranking. When she became a 2-star enlightened master, she would even rush into the top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking. Compared to her, the Black Widow was not on the same level. Yan Lin reported her identity, cultivation, and ranking on the Earth Profound ranking, which shocked all the martial artists present. After all, not many martial artists knew Yan Lin. Most of them had only heard of Yan Lin's reputation. The true Xian domain was very vast, and there were many martial artists. Very few had seen Yan Lin before. The Fire Cloud cult was one of the 9 great sects. As a disciple of one of the 9 great sects, Yan Lin was also ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking. She was an elite among the younger generation of the true Xian domain. When the martial artists found out about her identity, how could they not be shocked? However, Yixing was indifferent towards Yan Lin's identity. Not to mention Yan Lin, even a 2-star enlightened master on the Earth Profound ranking would find it hard to enter Yixing's eyes. The only ones that could be valued by Yixing were the 3 3-star enlightened masters and Mu Xiaoyue. In addition, Wuxia could also be considered half of them. Yixing looked at Yan Lin with a normal expression and said, 22 years old, and a 1-star enlightened master. You're only ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking. What is there to be proud of? Is it that great? If these words came out of someone else's mouth, it might be arrogant. However, when it came out of Yixing's mouth, no one felt that it was inappropriate. A 17 or 18-year-old half-step enlightened master had sent a 1-star enlightened master flying with a slap. This kind of genius was not inferior to Mu Xiaoyue. Mu Xiaoyue was known as the most monstrous genius in the true Xian domain in the past 1,000 years. Yixing was not inferior to Mu Xiaoyue, so naturally, it was the same. Then, Yan Lin, who was ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking, was not worth mentioning in front of Yixing. The other martial artists thought so, but not Yan Lin. Yixing's words made her furious. Yan Lin shouted, even Mu Xiaoyue did not dare to speak to me like this when he was a half-step enlightened master. If you want to be arrogant in front of me, you should at least wait until you become a Star Realm enlightened master. Now, you have to kneel. Whoosh! As she spoke, Yan Lin's entire body emitted a layer of illusory flames. A scorching gust of wind instantly blew. Yan Lin's palm struck towards Yixing upper-grade martial art, Raging Flame Palm. Yan Lin's palm struck out. The flaming star energy condensed into a flaming palm print. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yixing. She used her full strength and showed no mercy. The space on the second floor of the inn was limited. Yan Lin's full-strength attack arrived in an instant, making it difficult for Yixing to display his speed. Yixing used his speed to send the Black Widow flying with a slap. This was an unexpected effect. Yan Lin came prepared. Yixing naturally would not use the same trick. He did not want to dodge, so he immediately used the Flaming Star Fist. Get out of my way. At the same time Yixing punched out, he shouted. The Flaming Star Fist instantly collided with the Flaming Star Palm. Boom! With a loud explosion, the flame astral star splashed in all directions, and the hot airflow instantly surged in all directions. In an instant, it densely covered the entire second floor of the inn. Everyone felt a wave of hot airflow, and their complexions changed. Along with the scorching air wave, Yan Lin's body was also dispersed. Her strength was not on the same level as Yixing's. She was sent flying by Yixing's punch. Yan Lin flew dozens of meters and crashed into the wall on the other side. She also fell to the ground. In the 7 Treasures Inn, there were martial artists coming in and out. Fighting was a relatively common occurrence. Therefore, the inn was built extremely sturdy. The walls were reinforced with formations and were not damaged by Yan Lin. Puff! Yan Lin fell to the ground and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. In just one move, she was injured by Yixing. The martial artists looked at Yixing with incomparable shock. Yan Lin was a one-star perfected person, but she was injured by Yi Xing in one move. This strength was too unbelievable. Even when Mu Xiaoyue was a half-step perfected person, he had defeated many one-star perfected person. However, in the circulating battle records, there was no record of him defeating a one-star perfected person in one move. Yan Lin's strength was at least first class among the one-star perfected person. If Yi Xing could defeat her in one move, wouldn't he be able to contend with a two-star perfected person? A half-step perfected person contending with a two-star perfected person. If they did not see it with their own eyes, the martial artists present would not even dare to think about it. None of the martial artists present knew Yi Xing regarding Yi Xing's identity. Everyone was extremely curious. Some people secretly guessed, he's so young and has the cultivation of a half-step perfected person. His strength is also so terrifying. I don't even know Yan Lin and the Black Widow. He shouldn't be a disciple of the 9 upper sects. Could he be a genius disciple of a 2-star sect? Although there were no 2-star sects in the true Xian territory and there were very few genius disciples of 2-star sects here, this seemed to be the only explanation. If one were to say that a 1-star sect or an inferior 1-star sect in a certain area, there would be a monstrous genius that was even more powerful than Mu Xiaoyue, none of the martial artists present would believe it. Yan Lin crawled up, and there was a hint of suspicion in her eyes. She also had some doubts about Yi Xing's identity. It seemed that she had to investigate it thoroughly. Let's go. Yan Lin gave the Black Widow a look. The two of them did not dare to stay and quickly left. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.